She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Hello everybody and welcome back to Compass Winter and welcome back to round 2 of the main Swiss stage. Day 3 has plenty of action for us once again with 2 more best of 3s to see who is going to be fending off elimination for round 3. My name's Eternal J, I'm joined by Dweg as per usual in this one, and look, we shifted from some of the glory matches earlier on in the week. Now we get to see who's going to be fighting for their lives in the future.
Indeed. Normally when Retro and I are pugging, we're known as the Clash of Trash, but maybe today is... This is going to be some rough games. And for the teams that are struggling, I think it's a perfect opportunity, right? To finally get a win on the board, maybe end this poor run of form and start getting some confidence up, because no one wants to be in a position where you're getting slammed in best of 3s, where you're not achieving the results that you're coming for.
Yeah, no, look, both of these two matches are from the 0 and 1 group today. So, look, it's all about survival, not necessarily in this round, but about maintaining a lifeline for rounds 3, 4, and 5. And so, for Chimera, for ESC, for GTZ, for YaLLa, I mean, look, these are teams that certainly rankings might indicate some positivity for at least some of them, but in terms of their actual quality, I think you are right in terms of how rough today could end up looking for teams involved. We'll start, of course, with Chimera and ESC. And for Chimera, look, I mean, I think people might start to recognize some of the names on this particular roster just because of the nature of who they used to be, right? This is an old Aurora Youngblood squad. However, that's not saying much in terms of like their actual quality. It is an academy side of a tier 2 team.
Yeah, it is, and there are some decent routes. I think there's a couple of key players out here on Chimera that made a bit of a name for themselves on that Aurora Youngblood side. I thought they had a pretty positive last year. They were able to press quite far up the rankings. They were participating in quite a few tier 2 tournaments. They've upgraded the roster with some newer pieces. You've got Zenda, the new AWPer of the team, came at the beginning of the year, and then Shine Jez, who most recently was playing on Cybershock and Betra, and we were praising Cybershock quite highly when it came to their official out on Monday here in Compass. So I think for Chimera, it's now about trying to get out of this big losing streak that they're on. I mean, 8 losses on HLTV in a row, winning just 1 out of the past 16 maps played. That's not a good look when you've signed up to a new esports organization.
Yeah, of those 8 losses, the last 6 of them have been 0 and 2 losses, and that's not exactly encouraging, especially when you consider that the level of competition they're playing is not exactly of the highest. The one map that they gained was against a team called Apogee, who have been around in the tier 2 space recently, yes, but just taking a look at the rest of the teams that they've got, Navi Junior, CS2 News, K27, like these aren't exactly high-level tier 2 teams. So, yeah, again, like you said before, it is a bit of a rough draw, a bit of a rough performance level from Chimera as of late.
The one surprise that I have with this Chimera side is that their LAN results were more competitive than their online. You'd maybe think that that's the other way around. With a young squad of inexperienced players, you'd think, oh, okay, maybe at that Bet Boom LAN tournament that they would have a tough time. They were able to take CS2 News to OT in both maps. They were able to go double digits against K27. But then on the online atmosphere, especially the game that they played last week against Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, picked into Mirage, got 3 rounds, played Ancient, got 5. Just didn't even hold weight, didn't even give them a chance.
No, certainly not. And you can see how that reflects in some of the map stats. Some maps, of course, only a handful being known on HLTV, but even so, a decent amount of losses, as you can see on those percentages. In terms of the team itself, of course, they are taking up, or their competition rather, they're taking on the ESC roster, who people might recognise a little bit more. Got some decent Polish names that have been around in the tier 2 space on this team.
Indeed, and a few of them have a chance to start building on what has been previously successful rosters. Now, you've got a couple of players that were a part of Permitter last year that were the grindy team in Tier 2. Both Mari and Mask, they were playing the most amount of HLTV officials out of any other team in the world. Now, you've got Samey, who's pretty much fallen from grace. You've gone from being on a successful Tier 2 team, being let go, and not getting the opportunities that your old teammates did. You had a core of Sangle that went over to Heroic. You then have your Star Rifler and Jota going towards Eternal Fire, and if you're Samey, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to get a top Tier 2 offer, I'm going to get a Tier 1 offer, and what happens? You go to ESC, and it feels as if you almost have to start from ground level again.
And pretty much as well, because ESC is the former Los Cagutos core, and I think at the moment that they're not going to have the same ranking as Los Cagutos, at least when it comes to the new roster ranking updates. I think they're getting the same invite slots because they're number 68 on VRS on that Los Cagutos team, but it's not the core anymore. So there's a chance that come the next update, we might not even see ESC on the rankings at all.
They're going to drop quite a lot, and this is where they need to be very key in some of the other tournaments. I mean, unfortunately for CCT, it was the last place for them. I look at United 21, an unranked tournament. They went on a fairly deep run there and was able to beat Alliance, beat Leo, Ents Academy in the playoffs, get themselves into that consolidation final where they lost out to Favbet, a team that we're familiar with here in Compass. But for ESC, I mean, we've been talking about advanced playoffs, trying to get the VRS involved there. They're 2-6. They're struggling in the best of ones. One of those wins was a forfeit win versus the dead endpoint side. So for ESC, things do look difficult. I think since signing from Los Cagutos to ESC, they've played just 9 best of 3s on HLTV, winning only 3 and losing 6.
There's kind of a bit of a commonality between these two teams, signing to an organisation and then not really quite able to level the performance up as you wanted to here. So again, rough draw for both teams, rough matchup for both teams, and certainly a win would be appreciated for either squad. Matt Veto, Stweg.
Yeah, so it should be an Inferno ban coming through for ESC. Should be a Nuke ban for Chimera. In terms of the picks, I think Ancient and probably Anubis have been liked recently for ESC. The Mirage is constant from Chimera. It's their highest played map in the pool. They pick it in almost every best of 3 that they play. Well,
Dust 2 comes out from ESC in terms of their pick. They actually ban out Ancient on the first wave of the ban, maybe because it's been played a little bit by Chimera in their recent HLTV officials a bit more frequently. But you're right about that Mirage coming in. Anubis as the final map in the series. How do we feel about the overall Veto and that final map especially?
Anubis looks pretty good from the ESC side. They picked it against Kono last week in Compass and had a pretty successful T-side half. Their City side was lacking, but I'm looking at this and thinking you've got to try and get some positives somewhere. Now, it has to be realistic. When you've got both teams struggling, the map win percentages are always going to be low. There's going to be losing streaks on plenty of maps. But when you look at it overall, you've gone into something slightly different. Dust 2 has not been picked at all for ESC in this entire year.
Yeah, and that may or may not be a good thing or a bad thing, honestly. Like, it does feel like it's one of those, like, not a punish pick per se. I guess you could say it to a certain capacity, but it's like one of those uncommon things where you go in a bit of a different direction just due to the nature of how the vetoes have worked up and how the opposing map pool has worked up right here and now. So with Dust 2 being such an unpicked map for ESC, does that end up making it the unpredictable element in this best of 3?
Maybe. The tough line is maybe making comparisons because there actually has been a head-to-head between both of these squads. Not on HLTV, but way back in the European Pro League Season 24 Division 2 opening matchup. This was on the 7th of January. Mirage was a 13-1 for ESC, out of all things. Ancient went all rounds in regulation, but went towards Chimera. And then Anubis was a stomp by Chimera. So, bit strange that teams have been winning each other's map picks, then third map deciders have been blowouts. But look, that is 6 odd weeks ago. I think we're hoping for a slightly different result. We're hoping for a little bit more of a competitive series than what we got then.
Well, maybe you saw that Ancient ban coming in from ESC first and foremost. Maybe they looked back on that series and thought, you know what, we don't really want to do that again, and so we'll go with a different solution here on the part of that Dust 2 pick. But look, in terms of this matchup, I think one of the ways that you can sort of weigh it up is the difference of experience versus youth, right?
True.
Because the Chimera side, they were an academy team, part of Aurora Youngblood, and therefore a lot of these players are extremely young. It does mean that there could be a little bit of firepower out for these guys, but it is a case again of the experience on the other side of the board because we know of the histories of the other players over from ESC on by comparison.
Yeah, we do, but you need to compare that Chimera's been together for quite a while. This is a core 3 that dates back over 6 months. This is a 2-man person duo of Blue, White, and Vilby that are going up to over a year now. And for ESC, they haven't played that many tournaments as a full 5. They've not been able to get a huge amount of officials. They only signed towards ESC at the start of this year. So while the experience is there in the players, I think for Chimera, because they've been able to get more reps under their belt and they've been together longer as a team, I think they're going to have an edge in this best of 3.
And they do, of course, have the win-loss record over ESC off HLTV, so wouldn't make too much silliness there to pick in towards them. But let's see how far this match is going to go in its silliness. ESC to the pistol round on the T-side star as we get started with our first match of the day.
2 spotters out from mid with a jump spotter in towards short. Seen the bomb and seen 2 players, and Vilby wants to get aggressive.
Not backing away. Looking down towards Suicide for presence. It's Zender that looks to take that first peek in, but Mari's going to catch that first player off Vilby. Drawn out into the open, eventually picked off through his aggressiveness. Blue-White can't seem to find the angles. He will eventually look up to the Xbox boost and catch off damage on towards one player. Stop that bomb from crossing more directly. The 2 CTs over towards Long will back away towards Long and try and engage this player outside of the Longhouse here. Might have to find a 4 versus 4 or a 5-on-3 if Badgeby can continue to fight here. Sees the shoulder of one man and takes him down. Is he aware of the pit player? Doesn't seem like it. Bomb plant will be secured. Now he engages on that pit man. Damage being done very heavily, but not quite the kill. Eventually picked up by players on the bomb site, and the CTs are backing off.
Just uncomfortable nature there from Chimera. They tried to go aggressive. They tried to take contacts from mid into short. And when they lose those first couple of duels, it just gives freedom towards the bomb site access. Chimera trying to go in from short, but being wrapped in from behind. Both of these CTs should drop.
There it is. Shot from the back lines. Badgeby with another kill to his name. And Blue-White will do well to defend himself, grab those dualies and get out of there. But getting out of there is the best thing that he can do. ESC will be able to take the pistol, and Chimera will have no players alive.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on these newer-looking CIS teams moving into this year. I'm not sure if you saw the announcement yesterday, Jay, but the new Kazakhstani team, led by Dred as the coach, who's bringing a newer organization into the field, Nealon to be the in-game leader, and a lot of the young players that played in one of the IESF events under Kazakhstan as a country. So you look at Chimera, everyone's, 20 or younger. You picked in 2 new players that don't have a huge amount of experience. It could just be a fresh look to 2025 with these new teams.
I did go to bed early last night, but I did see that announcement this morning. Of course, that team are going to have to grind up through the qualifiers and the opens and the unranked events, just like these 2 teams are at the moment. There's plenty of talent coming out of CIS. Maybe Chimera might demonstrate some of that potential in their players in the very near future.
Well, I believe that they're fairly well known in Dota. I was kind of having a look at Chimera, what esports are they in, and outside of Dota, I couldn't find anything else. So they might be involved in a few more titles, but Dota's the main one.
Do you know if their Dota team is also CIS?
It is indeed, Russian-backed organization.
Right, well, then that certainly would be in tune with that scene. And despite the losses that they've taken over the most recent few weeks, as I said before, they're a team that are just filled with youth, so there is futures ahead of them if they can just capitalize upon any potential that they have at the moment. ESC, however, making light work of this eco round, evading the stack players over towards this B tunnels area. Did lose the 1 man of the 1-for-1 trade, so Khalil to go the way of Xander, but they haven't lost an AK yet, so that should be fine.
And my eyes are going to be on Sammy in this best of 3 and maybe the next few tournaments for ESC to say, okay, you've got an experienced AWPer who's played with a few of these guys in the past. How much can he realistically bring? Can he put ESC in a positive light of a competitive team in Tier 2? Because over the years, we have had some pretty successful Tier 2 Polish teams. I'd say Permitter was certainly one of them. You'd maybe say Anonymo, Illumina, but the only one that's been able to really capitalize towards a higher end has been Monty or probably 9 over the last 5 years or so. Every team's been kind of gate-kept. They've always struggled to advance. And a lot of the Polish players have found international offers where they're being more successful. That's what Sammy basically did. He jumped all the way from the Polish teams on Aves and Honorus and Anonymo and said, right, I'm going over to Sangul, and look at how much success he had there.
It's a period of time where Sangul were the best team in Tier 2. Or at least among those best teams at the very least. There's a reason that core is now heroic. But Sammy not part of that story. Gonna have to write his own story, take a very different path.
And maybe it's a similar notion to the Mouse NXT original roster, where everyone sort of got promoted, they started getting big offers, and Shane, the founding Polish rifler that's now a supportive piece on Copenhagen Wolves, hasn't been able to find any of the previous success.
Not everyone is a shoe, unfortunately. ESC, look at the charge forward from Mast all the way through the mid doors on his way to the B campaign. And the player over at ramp has actually not even been spotted. I don't even think they heard these footsteps. This could be a massive flank. Mac 10 in from range. 2 kills. That's round done. And that is the experience right there for ESC. Chimera unable to defend that mid position and unable to account for that. A massive gaping hole in the defense. And ESC happy to exploit.
I don't know if that was experience, but more just anti-strat. That felt as if opening gun round, they had a good read on Chimera wanting to heavy take long. So that might be something just looking back at previous demos and looking at previous officials and say, okay, these are some of the tendencies. As soon as Mars gets out from the door without a single contact, he knows that the round is done. He knows that he's going to be able to flank in quickly. And a complete collapse. This is a very positive start from the Poles.
Indeed it is. 3-0. Dust 2 T-side going swimmingly for them at the moment. You have to wonder how much anti-stratting can be done against a team like Chimera. Again, only a couple laps played on HLTV. I don't know if Dust 2 was brought out in that last head-to-head either.
It wasn't, but it's been played a bit more than what most people would expect, Jay. United 21, the season where they just played a third, the opening game against Hemo, Dust 2 was involved. Against Little Mix, Dust 2 was played. And then Hemo in the decider game, Dust 2 again. So I think that's what you find with these lower level squads, is that while you might look at HLTV and say, oh, it's only twice played, 3 times, when you start looking at those European Pro Leagues, those United 21s, the events where group stages, main Swissers aren't on HLTV, you get a much wider variety of the map pool, and you can get to see some of the officials and the tendencies a lot easier.
Do you know if those demos are widely available in those competitions? Because it's easy with HLTV to download them from an anti-stratting perspective, right? Like, is that as easy in a tournament like United 21?
I believe it is. Depending, especially the open qualifiers are all on Faceit and a Sportal. You can just download them straight away. But I believe that internally they are available for those kind of cups.
ESC exploiting Chimera's gaps and going to put them back onto an awkward buy state here. Half invest around the saved weapon of the Galil. And the end of that last round as well, a hunt that did come through to leave only Shine Jez alive. Scouts and upgrade pistols will come in around it here for round number 4. Just took a tactical pause as well for Chimera. M4 in from mid of Sammy, trying to fight against the CT line, but no vision going to be allowed. They are wary of how far they've pushed up now on the CT side.
HE towards lower dog. Murray escapes the majority of that damage, looking for that first contact. You've got a lot of searching for the T side, trying to put pressure towards short, trying to take map control closer to mid. But at minute 10, the CTs are still yet to get themselves in a position where they can fight.
Trying to get that Galil set up more pertinently. The jump face from Murray is now going to see them, but also took a dink down of his own right. Flash in to allow Blue-White to make his way up, get the kill. AK picked up. Now Samy's in trouble. We'll take Vilby on the way out of the round, but the T's are scattered, and that bomb could get contested up top mid. Meanwhile, over at the B bomb site, a fight against the 5-7 almost goes well, but the kill comes back. Blue-White still fragging though. Quadra for him in the round. He's single-handedly cleaned up all of that mid-offensive, and now it's ESC the ones to get exploited.
A team might as well just save. There's no point going for this at all. Maybe looking for exits to make it expensive is going to be a helping hand with low time left on the clock. What you find in that challenge is that the jump spot not only gets the dink, but it's the reaction that Chimera bring. They put a flash forward, and everyone tries to peek. The 5-7 runs in aggressively towards the mid doors and that Xbox position. The rifle starts swinging into short, and once that first mid contact of Murray gets dropped, and then the second player of Sammy to top mid, it starts collapsing because from a counter perspective of what you want to do for ESC, you want to start accelerating towards long. You want to get out there quickly because that's where you can take pressure away, where you can start generating space and move up to the A bomb site. The problem was, Jay, the bomb was towards top mid. So you can't accelerate long, you've got to come back into the fights, and that's where everything just started collapsing.
See it again from Blue-White's perspective. Sammy did all he could to fight along. His teammates, of course, rotating back from the long house. Again, similar stances for themselves, but just the confidence to take these fights and swings. So again, some of that individual potential to be shown off by the 20-year-old rifler. Now with an AK in his hands and in the hands of Shine Jays as well. A couple of T-side upgrades around the true gun round buy for Chimera.
A blue-white, I should say, joined up with Aurora Youngblood on the 21st of May 2 years ago. So a long time that he's been repping the organization and been an OG to the new rebuild, to new pieces coming in. Chimera will be happy with the steal, but they need to prove it in a gun round now. We saw the exploitation that Mast was able to find out from mid. This time in the gun round, Short completely taken with freedom. No one here to challenge.
Another big gap in that defense, and similar stance as well towards that mid fight as well. No one's really watching it for the CT side. Gonna eventually put blue-white out there from the B doors. The smoke's coming down to the T side at the tunnel's entrance there over at the B side. So they've still got their heads on a swivel just in case there is going to be action out there. The majority of the default is set towards mid for ESC though.
It's just a short fake for the moment. Blue-white not getting aggressive out on B. We saw last time they had 2 on B directly and no mid player. Mast playing anti-flash just in case a flash comes from one of the B site, just to get them to swing in. Same as there on the contact to fire too.
Re-smoke on spawn. Counter utilities there for the TT side, but eventually Vilby's going to push forward to that smoke, get the kill on Master, and that throws them off. Blue-white, another fantastic sequence, a triple in this round. And the rest of the CTs can clean house. Murray all alone, grab a rifle and save it. The AWP into the next round. Oh, even through the smoke, Shinej's just going to catch him and take Chimera second.
It's a good timing to break the smoke out from CT, because from ESC's point of view, they want to pressurize into B, but you're being caught on what is essentially a 180 degree, isn't it? Because you're looking up there at the door to fight the CT on B, but then you're also focusing down at spawn because of the player that broke the smoke. So you're a bit hesitant, you're not sure where to look, and while all of that chaos is going on, there's an aggro short play. The CTs can get in from behind. Good reaction again from Chimera. 2 rounds that they'll be very pleased in a row.
Now it's ESC that have reduced on the buy. Early confidence of the T side, trying again to find those gaps. The scout in particular looking down from spawn. Spots the man and does take a decent shot on Xander. The scout beats the AWP, not for the kill. Finding a little bit more breathing room there. If they go towards short though, might still have to deal with that AWP again.
Very intriguing that Chimera are pretty much playing a 3-2 setup in all of the start of these rounds. Constant mid-exploitation, but no damage leading to a kill just yet.
Might be about to change though. Scout indeed finds the angle. Mast read well, but Vilby takes Sammy right back down. The bomb dropped for the time being. They have to fight to return a bit more of the position. They can pick that bomb up and commit it towards the bomb site though. Tech9's watching from the back lines as well for the backstabs. Good damage done towards blue-white. Now key threat removed from play as the bomb goes down. However, Vilby's picked up 2 more kills, so the man advantage tips well and truly to the favour of Chimera. Player still on bomb site is the scout. The Tech9 needs to fight back and provide support because now Badgeme has fallen. He still can't get blue-white. Vilby ends up with a quadra of his own, and Chimera will indeed deal with the eco.
And while it was getting a bit uncomfortable, you lose the AWP to what is just a walk contact in from short. Vilby's nade set up that round. You try and slow, you put the incendiary in, you put the HE forward, and you don't allow space to be created on the bomb site. And players come in quickly, little flash around the corner. There's a couple of kills for ESC, but bomb plant, light buy, yeah, you might be satisfied with that one. And now you've got to be focusing on how you can end this streak, though. It was a positive start from the polls. It's now been returned by the Russians, and Chimera are probably looking at things, saying, okay, we've got the AWP in play. Our economy's pretty good. We've got a couple of AKs. Let's keep this streak running, and let's try and threaten the first map of the series.
You should be wary of the fact that ESC, of course, will be up to the full buy because of that bomb plant you mentioned. Zender, straight shot on Sammy, though. What a start up on short in a suicide. It was a suicidal move, and the AWPer negated once again.
Mask getting team HE'd. Try to go out there towards short, and it comes back. That's going to hurt the in-game leader. Blue-white waiting for the walk on the edge of the smoke, and he might catch a good timing against Mast.
And smoke comes down. A little bit more breathing room for Mast. No one's watching from CT spawn, at least not right now. The AWP will start to reposition. Scoped in, though. All a matter of timing, and he's caught the worst timing ever. Zender Started the round well, but will end on a death. 4-on-4 now. Mars is pinned in a corner, though. His teammates got to force the issue towards short, and they'll be able to do so. A-Site has access, but a backstab's closing in towards top mid. Mars now has to fight. He does so much damage on Blue White, but Blue White able to force out a 3-on-3.
This is an uncomfortable retake. At least ShineJaz has a bit of util, and they catch the badge meat short individual straight away.
Both players remaining on the SC as well are tagged up here, 53 and 68. Blue White, the only man that's really of a low HP for Chimera. Flash is starting to get sent. Long is being watched. Short smoked off by the CT side. Blue White is just too good here. The swing to the kill on 5 points of health. And now his teammates can strike from short. Yes, lose one, but get the trade immediately and get right onto that defuse for the lead for Chimera.
Well, Chimera are doing well to get the opening picks. We saw the aggressive AWP move in from short. Mid is still a problem, and they need to plug and play a little bit. They might need another defender to be a bit more active in mid, whether it's blocking with util, jiggling the angles, spamming down. I'm just getting worried that even though it's a round streak, we are seeing a constant exploitation towards that area. Mars nearly won the round by himself just because of the position that he was able to get himself in.
Only he won that kill onto Blue White. That would have made all the difference.
But at the same time, why aren't the A players finding more success there?
True.
You put yourself in CT, you get a good kill, you're slowing down rotates, you're making the B players halted. So I even look at Mars and say one should have been enough there.
Definitely merit in both perspectives, in my opinion. Dry face in from one CT player. That might just be the bait and switch, though. Player in the corner back here. ShineJaz with 2 easy picks. ESC ran right into the trap. Mars can try and trade it back and do well for the half kill on ShineJaz, but that's a triple for the CT defender and a 4-on-2 now for Chimera. Bomb being dropped as well. ESC, no way back into this round, it seems.
This is starting to become a scary prospect in just how many T rounds can realistically get gained by the Poles. A team might be able to walk out B. It's a 2v3, but there's separation on the T side at the moment.
I'm going to fight back from this CT spawn angle. Will TN be ready? Doesn't seem like it. Making a bit of noise. Finally finds the fight, but loses it overall. Now it's Mari in a 1-on-3 to recover the bomb back long and track a bit towards the bomb site at 30 seconds. It's not going to happen. He's going to have to get all the kills here. Aware of the one man. Make noise to reveal himself and still can't win that fight. So ESC conceding with no bomb plant bonuses. Bomb buy or rebuys aren't going to be quite as much of a point of contention. Again, fantastic trap set on the CT side here.
And Miku's being able to finally deliver. He's a player that we haven't seen involved in too many rounds, and that's mainly because he's the B anchor. And we've hardly seen any B hits. We've seen mid being taken, but it's just A-lane after A-lane. ESC now losing 5 rounds in a row, taking their attack, and I start considering the veto process from them. They've played now coming up to their 10th best of 3 on HLTV. They pick Ancient, they pick Nuke, they pick a little bit of Anubis, we've seen them pick a Mirage, and we've not yet seen them pick a Dust too. Now, in this isolated game, you're not going to get Nuke out because it's an insta-ban, and maybe your Ancient does look quite rough. Only 1 win out of the past 6 on HLTV, but I'm looking at Anubis, and I'm thinking, I'm looking at Mirage as well, and I know that it's map 2 and map 3, but going into Dust 2, picking it for the first time, it's a risk, and right now you can maybe get the understanding of why it was a risk.
And bright sparks from ESC at the start, but overall, it's their opponents that lead. Tactical's only going to be so helpful when you've got a buyer that looks like this, pistols only for the T side. Upgrades, yes. They fight well and fight hard. Blue White's not going to be traded back here if he goes down, but they are playing inside of that smoke, not ready for a mid-fight more directly. Mid to B seems to be the split play. AWP won't be able to strike. That spray comes awkward, but still surprised the assistance for the 2 kills on the bomb site. Zender, good for a pickup as well on towards 1. Samey has returned fire against 1 casualty, but that might be about as much as they get here for ESC. And a 2nd kill as well. Bomb plant bonus, not quite as likely. Flashbang comes in well to blind him off. They will not swing for the strike on it, though. Trying to isolate a 3rd pick. If they can get this 1 more casualty, then maybe that might restrict the buy, but not to be in this case. Chimera to minimum 6. ESC... At least they saved their money, so they can afford weapons in this round, but on the precipice of losing the T side.
Indeed. Individually, they need to step things up. They're not creating chances at the moment. They're not winning that many opening duels. They're struggling in the mid to late round, and there's just constant strong economy flow for the opposition and at least one AK in all of these rounds for Chimera. Sammy, we've seen him at least with the AWP challenge, but it's another miss, and that's Zender to be able to get the first and now being pressured where he could just back off.
In through the smoke, down through the tunnels, straight shot. Won't stick around for too long. The AWP will get hard pressured by the number of ESC players that are here, so opening advantage good enough for now. BadgeMe get up the shadow advantage, and ShineJets can get a very easy kill for that. 2 men up for Chimera. And the AWP going to extend it to 3. Master Peak right in without flash support. Now down to 2 players for ESC, only 30 seconds into the round.
Oh boy, this is a tough watch. This is a whitewashing opening half from Chimera, and it doesn't feel as if ESC are going to be posting many more rounds, at least in the first half. They are getting smoked. Zender gets smoked off, but still 2 players on B. Won't be much of an issue on the defense.
This will be the half taken by Chimera, and the campaign towards number 9, Zender, straight through the smoke again. Mari will fight back onto Vilby, at least take one of those trades. Come towards the A bomb site. A bomb plant will be a miracle at this stage, but he's hitting some miraculous shots. And has space to plant that bomb down for short. They're all coming in from short, though his eyes are set there now to get back behind the harder cover, but looking the wrong way at the wrong time gives ShineJets the opportunity to shut it down. ESC have indeed left the half open for Chimera, 7-3.
When I look at the players individually across this new year, across the signing of the new organization, Samy's putting up pretty good numbers, but he's an AWPer, so maybe that's excusable, it's understandable. BadgeMe seems to be the second strongest rifler on this team. And then there's a big drop-off. You've got Mari, who's averaging a .99 rating, Teen at .95, Mars, the in-game leader, at .94. And I'm just kind of wondering, where is the strength in the core? Where do we look at between Sammy and maybe a rifle pack to say, okay, these are the stable players, these are the players that are going to get you out of trouble? Because right now, we're not witnessing any of that on Dust 2.
Absolutely not. ESC. 4 rounds behind Chimera. Even with the bomb plant bonus of facing against still a weakened buy with the 2 Galils out. Use it to get utility, although they didn't use much of that utility in the last round, particularly when it came to those flash peaks that didn't come through. At least provide the breathing room for Mari to get down towards the tunnels. HEs and Molotovs being sent towards him, though. He's going to get forced forward. He will do so of his own volition, find blue-white. Second kill, not so much. Sammy forced to strike back from mid with support of a teammate right behind him. They'll get it to a 4v3.
Yeah, finally, a bit of a breathing room, some space to work with. You've got heaps of time. A flash out from long indicates that the CTs are going to try and retake the space, or I should say the smoke that lands down. But it's a gamble stack. They're rotating over to mid. They're going to stack up B.
Vilby turns it into an even stance. The same gets picked up. Mars peeks the bomb in as well. Zender credited with that kill. BadgeMe, also known about here towards mid, will take a decent fight and dish out some damage. Eventually get Vilby. And as well, the timing on Tien's pick is going to find that B-site anchor as well. The AWP, low HP, and BadgeMe can get him through the wall as ESC take 4.
Indeed they do, but they don't make it the easiest of rounds, and let's look at that on a finer detail and say that was a man-up situation, and the only reason that they won it is because they had a good timing on a lurk. If Miscuse is holding and watching the upper tunnels, that round is just finished. It's one slight timing that goes their way, and I'm looking at what I've seen, and I'm just thinking those sort of timings and exploitations are not going to be consistent, are they? That you might going to get them every once in a while. ESC have just not shown me enough here on Dust 2.
Fast play out to the B bomb site, trying to change the pace against Chimera, catch them off in their faces, but blue-white is dealing with it effectively. Another multi-frag sequence from him, gets a triple in the end, and is back up again, able to support the bomb site directly. 8-4 on the board. Chimera leading the charge.
Indeed, ESC 3-0 and then 4-8 at the turn. That's got to feel underwhelming. That's got to feel that weren't able to challenge, weren't able to bring much, and I'm just looking at how first half went down, and I'm thinking we're probably not going to have much more of this map This has been a good performance from Chimera. You can see on the cams that a boot camp is coming in from them and just getting more reps under their belt, getting more officials with the newer players into the team. I'm sure that the LAN out in Russia would have been a good indication to see where they sit and maybe some of the mistakes and where they can work on, how they can end this big losing streak that they're on.
It might end here today with the way this is going. EFC's map pick in this series is Dust 2. Now Chimera take to the T side to try and lock in the advantage that they've gained, but the pistol players of the CT side converge upon this upper tunnels. Crunch drop that bomb, get all the kills. Trades from Vilby and Co will only go so far. Only one casualty there taken by ESC as they try and start their comeback train with a second pistol.
Decent work. You've got a couple of players coming in from lower tunnels. You've got a walk setup coming in from upper, and they just start crunching the T's out on the stairs. There's distraction being pulled. Close range, especially with Julies, is always going to do a lot of damage. Now, ESC needs to just make sure that they can start generating a bit of a round streak, and not just a round streak at the start of the game, but when the gun rounds come in. Because I think that was the main concern in that first half, is that once we started getting deeper into the rifles, that's where the disparity of impact was disappearing between the two.
Yeah, ESC have 5 rounds on the board. 4 of them have come from the pistol and conversion sets. It'll be good to close down the numbers, but you're right, they need more substance behind them. Eco pistols of Chimera looking for the bomb plant bonus, plus the damage that they can claim, but no kills seem to go their way. Let's rush out of the tunnels. And very little as Bajmi claims his double. And Vilby exit at best at this stage.
Yeah, ESC used to be a huge name back in the day. I remember when they used to have the Polish team of Neo and Taz, Pasha, Lord and Cuban. It's only been an organization that's been revived as of late, I want to say. You've got a couple of people that will be known in the grand scale of involvement in the organization. Now, the head of management is Edward, a former player of Na'Vi, and content creator is Markelov. So, definitely some well-known Ukrainian names. Even that previous team that had Lunatic, Kaluba, Amanex, Fedgehead, Depression. I know they had a couple of boot camps. I know that they were trying to push it quite big with the content, but the team was struggling. And I'm now looking at this one and I'm thinking, for such a big name, it's a shame to see it not towards the higher end of the scene.
Certainly legends in their ranks and in their history. Those times have long since passed. Maybe in the quest to find some new moments, some new legacies, ESC may stumble across some decent talents. Although right now we're not quite seeing it in greatest effect. They may be up by a couple of rounds, closing that deficit a bit more against Chimera, but now they've got to try surge ahead and stand at evens against them. Still got those SMGs on a couple of players here. Round here could allow them to indeed equalize the board. However, as you said before, the substance in the rifle rounds have been missing from the CT side.
A minute on, a single smoke for Chimera to put a bit of pressure down here on A. But it could just be an A fake. It could be an insertion in from mid. It's brought rotation room, so mid is pretty open. Bajmi need to take it from B.
45 seconds, flashes in. So many players grouped up. Bajmi's going to catch all the info, if nothing else. Damage being done. His teammates will try capitalize upon it. Indeed, they get it to a 3 versus 2, a 2 versus 2. As Zender strikes back. B side has been claimed. He saw that jump face as well. We'll just put the bomb down at the moment. 29 HP for the man. Going to have to rest on it to Mikuse. The Galil in his hands, backed up over at the car angle. Sammy going to start moving with Mast. Incendiaries to go towards that backside, try and drive him away from the big box. But much more passive than that on the low HP.
Yeah, Samy's not seeing anything towards big box, so either out towards car, upper tunnels, or close underneath the window.
Comes the Galil. Here's the footsteps. It's actually Xana that catches that kill. And the follow-up is right there. Chimera on 9, showing exactly what we feared, that the rifles are better for them, and ESC, the gap is extending.
I'm being funny. That is a shocker from Bajmi. There are 4 players completely blinded, and he gets 1 kill there. I mean, come on. And we're talking about a pro player here. We're talking about a fairly well veteran player in the Polish scene. He should be getting 2, maybe even 3. That should be mass damage when they're completely blinded out in mid.
He might be young, but Bajmi has been around the scene quite a lot. Thunder Flash, Game Agents, Enterprise. Plenty of teams in his history ever since entering the scene in 2021. Right now being made a fool of, as the rest of his team. ShineJez just opened up against Masked. Frag found to start. Advantage for Chimera. Of course, a heavy investment from ESC, still limited on their weapon bases, but BadgeMe can at least isolate a kill and try and make amends for that last round of the 4-on-4.
ShineJez just knows a 4v4, mid players are keeping it slow. Let's just wait to see if there's any long aggression, and this pause is perfect against Sammy.
Dead. Extending out too far for ESC. Advantage now reclaimed by Chimera, and that A site only has one defender. About to run full in towards ShineJez. Find that kill at the very least, but now being seen by Zender, his teammate on shore, can try and strike for the trade. The Incendiary is actually driving forward, but Blue White is just very good at these engages, and he'll find Mari very quickly. Chimera now have full control of the site and of the round. ESC, these last two players on B, just think it's best to save their weapons, and, well, they're right.
Hold on to it and give yourself as much of a chance in the next. I think you buy it up, force down the issue, put pressure back on the opposition, because you're running out of rounds to play with. And this is an ESC side that have only generated impact from the start of the halves. And Chimera, what a way to be able to open up the series if you can steal your opposition map pick. You can go into something like Mirage where you've got 12 best-of-3s on record, 8 of them always having Mirage picks. It's their go-to map unless it gets banned by the opposition. Yeah, the Mirage performances on HLTV might look quite rough at times, but it's a confident map. It's something that they're happy to pick into regularly. So give yourself this closing room. Give yourself that 13 on Dust 2 and look to try and close the series out in a 2-0 fashion.
And Dust 2, the non-standard pick of ESC. Standard performance from them as well. Mirage, of course, coming up next, which we have seen ESC do well against Chimera on in the past, but as you mentioned before, that last head-to-head 6 weeks ago, things may have changed significantly since then. Certainly doubtful another 13-1 coming in for them. The way that Chimera are playing, 2-0 seems very tantalizing and very tangible at this stage.
And even reflecting back on last week's official for ESC, maybe it's a missed opportunity to not get that win against Kono. A side that's been able to keep only a core of 2. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th all being new pieces. You go to OT on both maps, but don't win either of them. Vilby spotting that first player out towards spawn. No util, so no flash play that they can try and work with on a wide swing.
Eventually we'll get that kill on the first. Second player extremely low on Sammy. Only a pistol for him. Automatic. So they're on short and CT, so they will try and fight back from range, dishing out some damage onto Vilby. But plenty more firepower. Actually, the HE from BadgeMe tricks out the smoke that actually gets that kill in the end. Blue White's not aware of how close Mari is, but that USP gets absolutely nothing for it. Advantage once again for Chimera. The M4 and the SMG are still in play here for the CT side, but there's no vision, too much space. Bombs now down on the bomb site. Blue White is at least low, and Zender's taking some tags to that part of time, but they won't be able to get the kills out of this one for the ESC side. It's number 11 for Chimera. The CTs will at least have the cash to reinvest, buy into round 18 and try and fend off what would be the map point, and with the way the economy worked, the map win for Chimera.
Unfortunately for BadgeMe, one more kill would have warranted an AWP drop over to Sammy with armor. It doesn't quite happen, so he doesn't get the kill bonus. It's a shame that when you're, 6-11 down, you look at someone like Sammy to get you out of trouble. You think, okay, let's get the big green in his hands, but we've just got no cash for it. Xander hoping for some aggression out from mid towards the lower tunnels. It's an aggressive long contact from ESC, taking map presence away from Chimera. Lower tunnels and mid open, and there's pace here from Blue White.
Lean forward, spots the man, but not quite take the shot. Now he's revealed himself towards the B players as well. Masked walking through the smoke. ShineJez, another easy pick. It seems like there's quite easy frags over at that longhouse position for the Chimera camp. both on CT and T sides. They are frequently finding the opening frags in that position.
Because mid was taken with so much freedom, they know that they need an info play somewhere else. They know that they need to start taking space. So this is where the in-game leader makes the aggressive challenge through the smoke, and it costs him back-to-back rounds where that sort of long challenge has just felt very easy for Chimera. Fading the smoke, Blue White on the other side. If he can get one, that will be good. Great transfer for damage onto Sammy.
Kill and a half right there. 2-for-1 trades, Chimera in full swing at the moment. A-site is the target. ESC are rotating quick. Molotovs to the bomb site and smokes down to cover the cross at CT. Shinejer's going to have to engage out one player in the open. Counter smoke is there for that man, so he can try to protect himself. Will be trading onto the kill from Sammy, and now he's gone down. SMG, or FAMAS rather, unable to hold on to the 1v3. And Chimera are now on map point for Dust 2.
It's been 29 days since Chimera last won a series on HLTV, and I'm looking at today, Jay, and I'm thinking this streak's surely going to end. This has been a good shift on Dust 2. This has been a cohesive T-side. Trading's been pretty good. Individuals are all putting up impact, and they are outclassing ESC. I don't think the tacticals have made much of a difference either. They've tried to adapt, and it's the same outcome.
Unable to find the answers against Shine, Jez and Co. The buy state, not the worst buy state in the world, but definitely not the best. Fight on from Blue White, once again opening the count. 20 kills for him. He has certainly been the individual that's impressed the most in my eyes. Samy's fallen, now Master's dropped to Blue White in a double kill. 21 frags now on 14 points of health. And 2 more remaining for ESC. The end is nigh for Dust 2. Chimera have made a laughing stock of the veterans here. ESC unable to contest for much at all. As 13-6 is locked in and Dust 2 is claimed by Chimera.
You've got Mari that's got more maps on HLTV than the entire roster of career maps. And this is the result you're getting. Because you're right, it is a veteran roster. You've got a lot of known Polish players in Tier 2 that just could not even challenge today. And while the sample size might be light on Dust 2 officials on HLTV, it's the first win for Chimera. And Blue White, who normally averages on this map a .99 rating, has had a classing performance. He was so full of impact across that first map of the series.
Indeed, and I honestly felt that ESC, like, I can understand why the youth players will be able to win out on firepower. That makes a lot of sense to me. But for ESC, I expected a bit more from the tactical basis, a bit more the decision-making to be a bit more confident and a bit more, you know, trying to play around what Chimera were doing. We saw a little bit of that from that first, from the first few rounds, the charge up mid to immediately get towards that B bomb site without contention from Chimera on the CT side, but we never saw that extended throughout the entire map, and you can clearly see how things would fall apart when you can't quite find that same performance and that same exploitation and replicate it from ESC. So they lose out on their map pick. Dust 2 might not be a standard pick. They didn't want to play their own standard of Ancient, so here they stand instead down a map and moving into Mirage. ESC did win it over Chimera in the past, but the question is, will they repeat results again? I'm certainly doubting it. We'll find out whether that will be the case after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Well, not much to smile about for ESC. Got pretty handily handed to on Dust 2. Now Mirage is up next. The pick of the Chimera side, and history again has dictated that ESC can do well against this team on this map. But look, I have to say that my doubts about a 3-map series are certainly heightened given what we just saw on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's very true. I do look at Chimera's record as of late on Mirage, though, and I look at it as definitely a negative, but also things have got to change in the grand scale of things. When a team's struggling, you oftentimes see a bounce back and a really good result, and it looked very positive out there on Dust 2. I thought that team play looked cohesive, individually they were outclassing, so I'm not worried about the big losses that they've taken recently, even some of the whitewashing affairs that have been coming on Mirage for them.
Yeah, and just to talk about some of those more in detail results, obviously on HLT, we were on a 4-map loss streak for the Chimera side, 13-2s against Copenhagen Wolves and Navi Juniors, 13-3s against Copenhagen Wolves again, 13-6 being the least one-sided loss against K27. So we're not talking about a solid map in terms of their recent performances, but look, they pick into it because they pick into it because they play it quite a lot by comparison to the other maps in the pool. So now it's a case of just them applying that knowledge against a team who also don't play it a lot on HLTV in the ESC side. Yes, they might have a 100% win rate record, but that's from one map played against Leo, and that's been it on HLTV.
And what we were talking about a little bit a couple of days ago on the Monday broadcast of Compass, especially with Forza Reload, was kind of the idea of, okay, why is this team doing fairly well on HLTV but struggling in the Liquipedia tournaments? On the day performance, individuals maybe not performing, and then sometimes are. I look at Chimera, if we're going to use that chain logic, right, if we're going to make comparisons there and say, look, individually they look on point. So you expect going into Mirage that confidence is going to be fairly high. You expect them to be shooting quite hard. And for ESC, they've just got to make sure they don't get embarrassed. Yeah, their form has been weak, but if you get 2-0'd and you get stomped versus a team that's just been losing constantly, that is an awful look for you early in this year.
Yeah, like I said, like we said rather, 8 best of 3 series is lost in a row on HLTV, the last 6 of which have been a straight 0-2 loss streak. That's 12 maps lost in a row up until today, where they finally ended that map loss streak. Now they have to try and apply it to the series loss streak here, and it looks very likely that they could do it, right? Blue-White, as you mentioned, the individuals of Chimera were fragging out great individually, but Blue-White was the one that stood out the most because it just felt like he was a constant threat no matter where he was. Entries on the T side, CT defense was able to deal with what ESC were throwing at them. Like, he dropped 22 frags in that last map up. The map didn't even go for 22 rounds.
And we even saw a disparity with AWPing impact. First off, Sammy didn't really get the AWP a huge amount just because of how the economy was, but in the rounds that there were AWPs in play, it was Xander getting opening picks. There were 2 rounds, I think in back-to-back gun rounds where AWPs were in play, where he got an opening pick against Sammy. And it sort of makes you wonder, when we're looking at an experienced AWPer in Sammy, he needs to be delivering a lot more. He needs to be making sure, not so much that he's winning AWP v AWP fights, but that he's generating impact and he's generating a bit of a threat. ESC really didn't show anything out there on Dust 2. So if we're using that as a par, anything that's probably a few gun rounds has to be more of a positive than what we saw in map 1.
Yeah, most certainly. And even, again, just considering the qualitative aspect, I said it at the end of the last map, and I'll say it again here, I expect ESC to be able to answer back to Firepower with good tactics and decision-making. I didn't think the decision-making was all there in that last map up, and considering how few times we've seen this map at a high level, I'm not sure whether it will be there for them as a team right here against this side. I'm expecting the veterans to be able to at least out-position the opposition. That didn't quite always happen on Dust 2. So here we stand in a very good position right now for the Chimera side, and I feel like right now the odds-on chances are for a 2-0 for the former Academy side.
And this would be such a great way to bounce back from only getting 8 rounds in your previous best of 3 last week against Copenhagen Wolves to try and get a 2-0 today and just start leveraging a little bit, start getting some of that success, because it has been there. We saw that European Pro League 2nd Division Season 19 completely won by Chimera, beat some pretty good teams in the playoffs, Astralis, Talon and BC Game in that grand final. They won the last season of ESEA Main, so at times they've shown that they can go deep, and right here they need to show that they can get finally their first win on the board in Compass.
Well, one map to make it happen for Chimera. ESC now need to reverse sweep with this series on their opponent's map pick as well. They'll be on the CT Star at least. The odds at 1xBet definitely favour the Chimera side, and for very good reason. Here they come into the pistol. He's with the bomb on his back, be the first man out of Palace. Flashes being sent towards Tyne, who can draw out first blood against Vilby. So once again, the captain of the Chimera side, the first player to fall in the matchup. Zender can trade back very quickly, though, shining off alongside ShineJez. A couple of kills from Bajmi and Mari come forward. 2, in fact, from Mari, maintaining a 1 versus 3 now for Zender. At long range from Palace. Will try and engage with the P250, but can't quite seem to find his picks. Low HP on one man on the bomb site. He might be the closest and easiest player to drop, but it's the other two that are the big concern.
While Chimera were getting pretty good picks directly on A, it was that sort of jungle top con stairs area where it started becoming a danger zone. And players dropping. Zender now in a position where it's unlikely he even gets a single kill. Bombs dropped out. CTs can all swing on the same contact, so as soon as he's seen, he's just going to get suffocated. ESC to start off with a pistol victory, and that's exactly what happened on Dust 2.
Efficient to be the name of the game right here, and I think that's for 3 for 3 in pistols now for ESC. Zender shouldn't be winning this round. No Kevlar, so aim punch is going to harm him ridiculously. We'll get that one headshot on Mari, at least maintain a 3rd kill in the round, but not able to gain the round itself. So indeed, yes, 3 out of 3 pistols, 1 out by ESC, which maintains the fact that so they've won 7 rounds so far in this in this series, and that means that I believe that 5 of them have been down to the pistol win conversions now.
Gun rounds are going to be very key to keep an eye out for, to see what changes ESC are able to make, how they can squeeze opening man advantage, how they can give themselves mid to late round success. Using this as a very light eco, a little bit of util. Try and go down on B, get the bomb if possible. MP9 for Sammy could do a lot of damage. That could be him farming up his cash to try and get an AWP out quickly.
Master hold the defensive more centrally on the fast execution out of the apartments. Flash is going to blind him off. Bajmi good for the kill on the first man. Master will trade back to the SMG. Sammy will be able to find Vilby as well. The last player of ShineJez unable to get any of the kills. So yes, standard eco dealt with. A little bit of money farm gained as well by the CT side. SMGs are plenty. A couple of kills out on those 2 men. Now the rifles can come in from Chimera.
A couple of tough Mirage officials for ESC in advance this season. They got a win against the Lithuanians, a 13-6 versus the Grinders on this map, but lost out to the new 777 roster, got only 6 rounds there, and then most recently went to OT against the Kosovo Cubics team. Lost out 13-16. Chimera on the gun round, going very aggressive with, well, 2 smokes in towards windows, a bit of miscommunication.
We'll make sure it's definitely smoked off there. ESC won't be able to see anything down mid. Chimera side be allowed mid access and control. Nades on Vilby though, revealing himself. He tried to blind fire, so he'll tank that to the face. As will Mari over in connector, countering HE from the Chimera camp. Re-smoked down as well. 3 out of 5 smokes being utilised. CT's going to respond with 1 towards connector, disallowing real access to that A-bomb site.
The CTs can fight aggro from both short and from con. All about timing. The HE placement's been on point.
Flashes forward. Blue-white. Point blank against Sammy. No idea where these 2 players are at, but Sammy recognises the situation first and will deal with the man. Advantage taken by ESC, the opening frag of the round.
Chimera starting to regroup to an A split. 2 players with the bomb coming out from ramp, single lurk in top mid, and then the other solo player coming from Palace. So all about the contact and the duels here for Chimera towards A.
Zender going to start moving. Bomb on his back, AK in hand. Galil to fight first from his backup. Player at Firebox going to go unchecked for the moment. Zender starts moving. Molly's down at dark to clear up position. Is actually at the ninja spot where Sammy was holding from Vilby. Going to clear that position out eventually. Tying backs up away from stairs. Fragged out on Xander's part. And now Maori, can he deny the bomb plant? No, he's engaged elsewhere. Distracted to the back lines. Chimera have the 4-on-2 in the post plant ESC with no real access to the bomb site themselves. We concede their first round of the map.
Just back to business, isn't it? Chimera take that A bomb site pretty freely. Do they get the last kill? No, not quite. So an upgrade towards an AK to be safe for the in-game leader. Mars is just looking for a little bit amount of exit damage here.
He's got a kit and a smoke. Watching this bomb site though. He's not taking any contact. But he's going to go for it. Into the fuse, tapped and held, spray through from Xander, doesn't connect it. Oh no, it's a steal from ESC. Chimera had this round 1, but once again, a gap in their line. ESC can find it and exploit it.
Well, I disagree with the gap in their line. They had both players out not hunting. Both players are in positions to deny the defuse. You've got a ramp individual that's not facing, which is the correct move. If he wants to get onto the bomb, fine. You can just go and spam up. It's just not a connection at all. There's a first few bullets, but both spams from CT and from A ramp do not catch the diffuser, and ESC can catch themselves a lucky break.
Maintain a rifle round win by the skin of their teeth. They lost all players, so they'll be buying back in full. At least they have those savings. At least it was a bonus round. Sammy can bring out the AWP. You mentioned him trying to farm cash and save to that weapon. And it's so few times over Dust 2. Now can place it here. Back on the A bomb site for the time being. 3 players in total on defense. Mario's going to get forced out of connector.
Chimera being able to exploit quite a lot of map control towards an A split. Murray just out here from jungle gets caught from blue whites.
First frag of the game for him. AWP now firing away. Attack from 2 fronts, and well, Shine Jets and blue white just clean house. That's a bit more like it for Chimera. 5-on-2. No kills to get given away. ESC not even in rotation positions. That's a hell of a response to that clutch.
And if you look at that last round, you can put the POV on Chimera and say they lost the round themselves. There was a bit of an aggressive challenge unnecessarily with the MP9 going out for the murder hole, and then Mars sticks the defuse. We didn't get the spam. Okay, let's reset. Let's go into the next round. And it's another easy site take. It's a crumble towards A, and that's a worrying sign for ESC because they should have lost both of those gun rounds back to back. That would be them giving the lead over towards Chimera. The economy's completely shattered. Shine Jez might be able to get one more. He's got a decent timing on this backstab into the apartments.
Another player coming in from the other side of the apartments as well. Spamming down Badgeby, 38 points of health. Oh, he's dead. They know what's going on. Chimera going to leave only 1 player alive. And despite what you mentioned about economy being shattered from ESC, it's not quite shattered, but it's pretty much down there. They're actually going to force the issue into this one.
Well, 2 at double eco. You got both Teen and Mari that's got no cash at all, so you have to buy. You got no other option here.
At least a save weapon from Mask and drop another towards Sammy. 2 M4s to play with SMG for Mari. And for Badgemy as well. It's, again, that 1 pistol. The next big concern. Instantly, the M4 is fragged out to the mid-fights. Vilby opening things up.
And they're just hitting everything at the moment, and ESC need to stop losing so many opening deaths. Mari out on a contact towards window, just puts the HE off. There's a bit of a break from Badgemy. An aggressive move out to the apartments wins out for the MP9.
Shine Jez the victim. Mari's going to try to go back for that M4 here. Probably best thing to make work to his favour. Need that firepower and pretty desperately here on ESC. Chimera will have them beaten on the rifle basis. Not beaten on the reads here. Stacking to the A bomb site for ESC's defense. Chimera making noise over on the B bomb site, but they're not moving.
This still doesn't cause too much of a concern now that it's starting to search because it gets quiet. So they're getting out to con, they're searching mid, and this, unfortunately, for ESC means that the A defense is going to be extremely light.
And found instantly by Blue White and Zender. Pistol coming in real quick right now for Team. Can he do anything with his position though? Maybe the kill on the low HP player of Blue-White. Yes, that kill does come forward, but AK from range. Actually, Mari gets ahead of that smoke and gets the kill on Vilby. 3 on 2, 2 on 2, 1 on 2 as Mari trades back and the AWP does not hit its shot. So ESC actually do find the round.
I feel at times that Chimera are just losing to themselves. I mean, right there's one player on A. They get the kill straight away. How is it crumbling like that? Yes, there's a lot of players in con and stairs on rotation, but use the util and the established crossfires. There should just be no way. Overextensions against Teen unnecessarily. You've then got the bomb just out in the open rather than just going down towards default. Chimera are just frustrating in what's happening right now.
Well, they fed themselves up to that short position, it felt like, and the low HP player was the first man to take the peak. Losing to a pistol, very easy for that part. Blue-White able to again engage quickly onto Mari, but Sammy finding the trades against him, so he's being neutralized quite frequently here. Getting impact for a frag, but no more than that. 4 on 4 now, Mast on the B bomb site. Awkward fight against Vilby, but it does go his way.
It's going to get traded quickly. AWP out from the market, misses a shot, and ShineJez just trying to drop the B anchor.
Marsh just playing Ring of Roses around that pillar, seeing the shadow of the player over at Van walk out, but there's a kill for ShineJez. 3 on 3, he's low HP and dead to the hands of the HE. Zender can trade it, another HE coming in his direction. Will need his backup to close in the pincer soon enough. He's stalling for time right here. Minute on the clock, market is being watched though. McHugh swings in, gets the headshot on the AWP. Badge being known, Zender challenging, getting a tag off against the man, and a Molotov will try to drive him away. Bomb plant tapped once, trying to fight towards the market window. That Badgme is going to win.
And that whole round for Chimera is successful from the initial stance, getting that first kill towards jungle. There's an acceleration out on B. I want to give praise to Mars for how long he's able to stay alive for there. They saw him reposition towards default. You would have noticed as well, Jay, the slight missed double HE. The first one does damage towards the in-game leader, but the second one slightly misses out. So it means that Mask is not as low as they would have thought. Just stalling, constant peeking from the CTs, a good effort. And out on the backstab, Miscues only gets 1. ESC, it hasn't been a pretty style of game. It's been quite chaotic. It's been very puggy. But it's 5-1, and you'll be so pleased with how this scoreline is looking for you.
And it could have looked so differently. One Ninja Diffuse not come through, then maybe we could be looking at Chimera in the lead by a small amount. ESC able to maintain position. They're taking a ton of damage in these rounds, though. Single men staying alive, so they're on the precipice of a reset. If Chimera can just capitalize and get a confident round out of one of these. Their buy state limited by Zender's pistol and Galil's for 2 other players, but 2 AKs will come forward. ShineJez playing entry with a Galil of his own. Flashbang sent in, incendiaries out of the CT basis. Good kill from Badgme, and a second one as they walk right into it. SMG can strike, and ESC have found their confidence.
And perhaps this is where we start witnessing why some of the recent Mirage officials have been absolutely horrendous. Missing key opportunities, and then just being tilted, and then just collapsing. I mean, for a map that gets picked as often as it does, it is embarrassing to see what some of the scorelines have been recently. And now I'm looking here and I can pinpoint a few rounds and say, oh, that should have been Chimeras, that should have been them 3-2 up. You can keep using excuses, but I'm now looking at the scoreline of 1-6. There's going to be no bomb plant here, which means money's going to be limited. So you're looking at another half buy, maybe a hero onto 1, few upgraded pistols, not a lot of a buy. Now, this is ESC responding with potentially a similar scoreline than what we saw in reverse on Dust 2.
Maybe even more so. You mentioned horrendous results, and we read some of those results out earlier today. I think that Chimera could go 13-6 and then potentially lose out a 2-13, 3-13. Happened before on this Mirage against other teams and as well against ESC. Defensive held so easily by Badgme and by Mast. Unmitigated collapse from Chimera, minimum 6 taken by the opposition, and as you said earlier, no bomb plant bonus, so no definitive buy. They'll get the hero AK out for Vilby. His upgrades and half invest for everybody else.
They need to work a bit of an opener. And they've been relying on Blue-White to create chances in mid. He's been an aggressive player towards connector, under window towards underpass. It's difficult when you're only working a dig, though, not the weapon to be up close and personal. A minute 30 on the clock, and the AK is starting to finally start working mid. Coming in from underpass, either get boosted window or put pressure con.
Fight found for Vilby does indeed take Mari down. We'll trade weapons. Pass that AK off to Shine as he took a lot of damage in that exchange. As a starting advantage for Chimera here.
And Chimera looking as if they could have been split after that round, or after that move of the opening kill. But they're going to start grouping. They're going to leave the single lurk towards that underpass, under window. That can cut the rotation from short and also hear the footsteps from Market. An aggressive move just outside of A ramp. The smoke is down. Samey's got the AWP looking towards Con. He needs to try and back up his teammate of the Galil. Good timing on that molly. Players getting into position. Now 3 on A.
Team good kill on Zender. Second responsive, not quite as likely. It's going to have to be a Tech 9 return from Vilby. A 3-on-2 now. The AK in his hands, but low HP still. And the AWP seeing where Blue-White is. Deagle standing at range, unable to hit the shot on the ticker booth player, trying to stabilize the angle. With 20 seconds left, there's no time for him. Gonna go back for the bomb, gonna get these kills. And Mast finally arrives on the scene to close it out for ESC to take the half this time.
And you'd have to be as thick as two planks to think that you're going to start seeing some good tactical CS in any of these best of threes today. When you've got a squad that's been losing as much as Chimera and you've got a squad of ESC that's struggling to even post any victories, you know it's going to be very puggy. You know it's going to be very raw in gunfights, in setups. And perhaps that's leading to one-sidedness. 7-1. Chimera have had chances, but those chances haven't come in these last few rounds. They've been getting swept.
ESC all over them. Experience finally starting to shine through to a certain capacity. The fragging potential was most certainly slowed down for the T side. Kill for Samey, Blue-White, first to drop. A man who was so unbelievably good on Dust 2, now actually negative on this second map. Shine Jez will try and turn it back to an even stance. 2 more CTs to deal with here on the B-bomb site. Hit out of the balcony, look to go. 1 player drops, second man just being seen. The shot rings in, and Samey and Badgemy can close both players down. The other 2 of Chimera are back up in the apartments behind the smokes and not willing to move.
Well, now I'm starting to think about map number 3, and I'm considering how momentum-based Anubis can be. A T-side heavy map. It's just start steamrolling rounds when you start getting on a tasty streak. This has been a questionable performance from Chimera on their map pick. And Teen in a great pause to deal with this mid individual. There is a timing towards lower. And they've just got to start at least targeting the CT economy for it to be light. There's just been so many of these rounds where mass players have been staying alive for ESC.
This should be another one. 3 players alive means overall profit. McHughes, he's not going to make it to the bomb site in time, even if he ran at this stage. He's saving his gun. Right from underpass, just barely evaded. I think they did see him though, yeah. Tried that wallbang, didn't connect. 8-1 on ESC's board. Second tactical called in by Chimera, but what are you saying here if you're the coach of this side to try and get them out of this rut?
It's probably not a lot you can say. You can try and visualize where some of the weak points have been on the defaults. You can try and pinpoint where individuals need to be to create impact, but that's pretty much it. Now, ESC have been all over them, and I mentioned earlier how much of a historic name ESC has been in the grand scale of Counter-Strike with the Polish team they had way back in the day. There's also been some UK roots, Jay, that's been involved in this organization. Hugs G back in the day used to play here. Windansky as well, one of the best Irish players of all time that we've had in CS. And the one lineup I remember in particular, the Danish one with AZ Glaive and Tensky way back in 2014. And then also the Tier 2 one that I remember is the Innocent and Spiro roster. And I had that about 2015. ESC's been here a long time, and to revitalize the name, I want to try and take it to the heights again.
We're certainly feeling the highs against Chimera. Easy pickings on the A side defensive. Couple trades back on the T side. And the flank from Blue White comes in, but he's lost all of his teammates on the main push, and he cannot get that second kill. 9-1 ESC dealing with Chimera's hit extremely quickly, and we approach the end of the half. It really doesn't seem like there's much hope left for the Chimera side, and kind of feel a little bit silly now, Dwayne. I was saying at the start of the map up, I feel like 2-0 is the most likely outcome. And like, doesn't feel that way anymore, does it?
No, it doesn't, and maybe it gives you an indication of just how tilted and frustrated Chimera have been since that Ninja defuse, how different some of these rounds could have been when they should have won back-to-back gun rounds, and they crumbled. And then since then, not only have they continued to crumble, but they've looked worse. They have not even competed in these rounds.
Shot on for Samey. The AWP going to land first. Smack 10 even at point blank. Can't get a kill for Shinjez. Oh, that just adds extra salt in the wound, doesn't it? 5-on-3. Chimera unable to catch a break here on this second map. Not even winning pistol or conversions or anything of that nature. ESC are all over them.
I'm being funny, but while we know that Mirage is the go-to pick in best of threes, with how these last few officials have gone down, surely you start sacking it off. Surely you have to look at other areas of the map pool and say, okay, could Anubis be a pick? Could Train be a pick? Could Ancient be a pick? They've got to be strengthening somewhere else. They just can't be getting farmed like this on their map pick.
And that really is what's happening. They're getting farmed.
Well, let me just do the math on this. Their last 5 officials, if we're including this one today, is had a total of, what, 2, 4, 7, 13, now 14. So we're talking 14 rounds gained as a minimum at the moment across the last 5 maps of Mirage. That's a joke. What is going on? How is that a thing?
Start to make you question why they picked into this map. Be the 5th loss in a row for Chimera on HLTV on Mirage. It's getting decimated left, right and centre right now for the ESC camp. Shot missed out for Samey. Incendiaries will try block him, look down towards this short position, and finally Chimera gain an entry onto the bomb site, and no one else is there to support it. The closest players are in at market, rotating now. Fights can be taken, but they can't be won with the speed at which Chimera are acting. Bomb plant gets secured, and they're up by a man for this post plant.
They're watching out for the late lurk, but it's not quite coming in. It's finally an insertion towards window.
Team finally with the trade back on blue-white. Still up by a man here for ESC. The AWP caught a kill in the interim. The face forward from Mars, checking the corner but not checking the bench. Lean forward from the center of the bomb site. Team can get one more kill out of this one, but Philby trades him. Badge me 1v3, and it looks like Chimera will win one more to try and close out the half. The 10-2 scoreline is still absolutely massive for ESC, though. For Chimera, a comeback is a long way back.
Indeed it is. ESC can try and get this wrapped up quickly, try and make it a quick best of 3, get towards that final map decider. And with how strong they've looked in pistols, you expect that it's going to be the same outcome again.
3 out of 3 won. Looking for number 4 as well. There was a time where the pistol win conversions were the only things that ESC had going for them. That has vastly changed here in this first half. The second half pistol win, that's all you need if you are ESC. Take us to that third, towards Anubis. It's slow to contact from the T side, aware that Chimera can still have some firepower behind them. They still are talented individuals. If they apply themselves now, then the whole thing could come undone in a very slow manner of fashion. One player spotted, mid-control. We established by ESC, but Chimera have info.
And they're just searching. You've got mid-heavy, you've got Lurker towards apps that can drop underpass. Got another Lurker that's waiting for some aggression to come in Palace. The only area that's not contested by the T side is A ramp. So potentially an insertion area that Chimera could start walking forward and create space. A minute on, still got plenty of util for Mars to work with. So execute heavy, looks as if they're grouping for a B split. Samey just to take contact out from short. Teammate with him. 3 players can come into apps.
ESC start leaning into their split. 3 players on the B bomb site, though. Chimera have this pretty nicely held together. Vilby and Shinejez can get the kills out with them, and just in the back of the lines, Blue-White's going to provide support, but it's 2 kills for those centralized players each. 1v5 now for TN. And dealt with by Shinejez, who lands a triple, and Chimera take their first pistol of the series and start things off on the CT side.
ESC was doing a lot of searching, but they didn't quite gather a huge amount of information. They weren't able to find where area of space can be taken for free. They had a lot of mid, but they're executing blindly into B, and they run into a gamble stack. You've got 3 players all on a tight crossfire, always going to be difficult to break. ESC can use this as a Glock round, focus up on the next gun. And Chimera, you've got a couple of MP9s to work with, so if you can farm up a bit of cash, start stabilizing the economy, get the AWP out as quickly as possible, that's going to be the main objective, to get it in the hands of Zender.
So one of 2 of M4s right now for Chimera. No bias from ESC. Should be a formality round from the CT forces. Aren't hearing any footsteps whatsoever, though, by the T-side line. ESC have given nothing away towards their opposition. Be a very slow approach towards this round and towards this T-side in general. It was slow in the pistol as well for ESC. We give this a chance for these circumstances to simmer here. Chimera a chance to think about their position and how far they need to bring the scoreline back. Pistol win conversions will not do on a comeback. They need to win the rifles and continue to win many rifles after the fact. 7 rounds is the gap. They're going to walk the mass T-side forces through towards market. Vilby almost got caught looking the wrong way, but he most do fought, and that is how Ecos go.
Indeed they do. Now, on Monday, Jay, we had the broadcast on Compass where we were following Eklot versus the Academy team of Forza, and we were really let down there by the Czechoslovakian team. Didn't really show a lot, felt like a bit of an embarrassing performance. Maybe you could say some issues with Forzy's AC, but they're playing Fnatic tomorrow, and I'd like to watch out for that one, especially going into next week's officials here in Compass, just to get a bit of a gauge on, okay, which teams are performing well in this circuit and maybe underperforming in others, or vice versa. Because that's going to give us a little bit more sample size into who's legitimately going to be a threat to have a deep playoff run. Who from the main Swiss is going to be able to challenge the title.
Especially because of a match in CCT, which is ranked. The last thing Eklot want is another loss towards their name. So the same thing for Fnatic to a certain capacity, but we'll come back to that in a moment because the SC are facing aggression, a push forward from one man, Blue-White, trying to find that opening for Chimera, but he's been shut down. Damage can get returned from beyond the smoke, but it will not be a kill here. It's a 5-on-4.
Blue-White is an aggressive rifler, always trying to create an opening kill, try and get into some tight angles. And he gets punished for that overextension. Resmoke to top con, another one out to window. You've got another info play in the same area from Chimera. 2 players walking into A main. They're seeing nothing at all, so that's going to force one rotate out to B. And Zender just about gets that spam kill against Mast.
Just about gets away to the counter spam of ESC. Now he's low, as is Badgeme. TN tagged at just under half. Execution onto that B bomb site coming in real quick. Got a 100 HP player on the defensive, but again, you still got Zender, who able to strike on towards one more man. Finally goes down when they check this corner again. No, Vilby with a trade, and a quick swing on to Samey. Nearly gets another one as well. He's low. Both players of ESC tagged. Bombs dropped on the site for now. Mikuse making noise, finally finds a swing on the man at the right moment. And Murray getting flanked out towards short. A fight back from Market will keep his head pulled that direction, and ShineJez can close him out.
Vilby's done well there. Not only has he been able to work a kill, but he's done a lot of damage and stalled for time. It's allowed CT rotations to be pretty quick out from Market and towards short. Uncomfortable for ESC. Would have felt in that round that they had a good timing to be able to pounce there out on Bede, get themselves into the exec. Little bit of a bait and switch, both CTs holding the exact same position. And then the MP9, fairly close range against the bench swing. Building rounds. Chimera had mainly SMGs in the last. They'll be happy to invest into this with a proper rifle set.
Well, 5 to the good now. In for the M4. Sees 2 on the fight, makes it easy. Half-bought pistols in for ESC, so Chimera make light work of this round. We'll see whether these Deagles can pick up any exit frags. Try and make it expensive.
Do you believe, Jay, this 110 comeback, is it on?
I mean, we'll hold judgment for at least another 3
come on,
more
I want
rounds.
to know now. That's what I want to. I don't want to know in a few rounds.
I mean, look, it's pistol conversion momentum into a rifle win, so it's good for the time being. But again, like I said before, pistol and conversions and a rifle is not going to be enough. You need a few more rifles behind it. I think if they win the next rifle round, that's when it's like, okay, this gets serious. The pistols are trying to answer back, and they're able to get 1 kill out of this round, but not much more for Badgeme and Cohen. Even an M4 being dropped, so they can rebuy that pretty easily. The AK stay in, the AWP stays in. ESC will bring in these guns, and if Chimera can win this gun round, be a 10-8 scoreline. At that point, I would start sitting up and really paying attention.
I'm believing now already. Now, normally I don't. Normally these kind of scorelines, I write them off pretty early. We're not going to get comebacks. But when you've got teams struggling as much as they are, you can just completely blow them out of the water. You can just momentum-based play yourself into quick round succession. Vilby getting down aggressively towards underpass, challenging out towards connector. Murray knows that he's out here towards the left-hand side, but the flash is good. The timing is fantastic, but it's still not enough damage to get the kill.
2 players to find. A counter HE is good for the 1 man. The second HE comes in as well from Mikuse. And Murray will fall. 4 on 4 as a result. You're right about that push here. He's going towards underpass, though, so he's not going to see the bomb carrier up top mid. It's all just a fight against this 1 player. Tends to turn on his head. Badgeme's going to get picked up.
Oh, you'd be fuming. There's so much chaos between con and window and short and all the insertion points towards underpass that you're not expecting a quick wraparound. Amas has taken contact in top con, not seen anything. Resmoke goes down, flash comes out. Same, he's just in the open and, well, needed to reposition a lot quicker when that flash came in.
And the strikeout from Palace for Etienne is also going to get found very quickly by Blue-White. 22 HP on that trade. Following up with a second kill as well in mid. Chimera have brought the gap back to 3 rounds, and now is when I start believing, especially when I also look at the cameras on the players and I see that they're smiling and they're starting to feel good about this.
Well, this is back-to-back gun rounds where an opening pick's been gained from ESC and they've still been battered.
Trade of utility, then the rifle step up to the plate. ESC taking their tactical, their first one in this map. Haven't needed to take one up until this point. Because now Chimera are threatening not just in the rounds individually as players and then the confidence that they're holding, but now on the scoreline. Vilby top fragging, 18 kills to his name. Top fragging in server as well. Monstrous impact from the captain, ShineJez. The next man up at 12. And the buy is hero-like from ESC. Investments from Mars to provide the Galils to the other 2 players of Sammy and Badgeme. The 2 top guys right now on the ESC camp. Can they make a difference?
Well, it's going to be an A fake into what is going to be a contact move into B, hoping to draw over rotations, hoping to weaken up that B defense with hopefully only a single player.
ShineJez spotting for information here on Chimera. ESC have plenty of players in the apartments. Vilby's there with extra utility as soon as they see contact. counteract with what they got going on here, but it's very slow and very quiet from the T side.
I'm surprised about how long ESC are taking this, because mid could be compromised. They don't know about the info plays that have been here from the CT point of view.
They're putting smokes down towards the A fusion. It's all a fake, though. They're going to draw that fourth player back from the B bomb site, leaving it all on that car van area. Masked to fight the Tech 9, and Mari getting a ton of damage, but 2 kills coming for the CT forces, but the T's get what they want. A bomb plant and a 4 versus 3 still sits towards Chimera's position. That flank as well towards the A bomb site might provide support. No, the kills come in towards B so quickly, and very little damage was done by T in there, so the retake is quick and easy for Chimera. ESC at least get a bomb plant bonus out of this, take another player out of the fold just to ensure that Chimera at least kept on their toes. Rebuys will be held in by ESC, but the gap closes even more so. 10-8 from what was a 10-1, like you mentioned, Dwight. Chimera, they're on the warpath.
And that was a good little half buy from ESC. Good over rotation. It's a shame that team doesn't get any individual impact out on A, and it's also a shame that they can't trade the B player straight away. That the jail individual does a lot of damage. Off angle from the M4, going back towards spawn. Could be another quicker play. Smoke towards con and a molly to window. You've got a lot of players with the bomb outside A ramp now.
A lot of emphasis drawn towards mid here for Chimera. Utility thrown by Marston Co. to start walking up. Counter utility will be there. The incendiary towards the stack. The Q's now seeing the AWP player putting counter utility down as they try and enter in towards this A bomb site. Nades will do minimal damage towards the T line. Bomb plant can't quite get secured as McHughes actually finds a kill for the smoke, and Vilby can strike on 2 more players as well. The short access denied, the bomb being dropped. Badby's got to extend out to try grab it again, but the AWP can finally strike towards that CT player. Still, they've lost a man advantage, and the Orpa Zender tries to counter what's going on. Sammy not ready for the number of angles which Chimera can peek from, and now they're up to 9. Now they're within 1 of ESC, and suddenly this 2-0 feels like it's back on the table.
Yeah, this is a complete joke and embarrassment of a T side from ESC in the gun rounds. I cannot recall the last time I've seen a pro game have a T side where you are constantly getting 5v4s and not converting any rounds. Yeah, there's sometimes teams that struggle, but you get the odd one. You get a few. To lose so many 5v4s is just, well, words can't describe how that T side is going down.
Yeah, Chimera absolutely deserve to win this map now. Shine Jez, awkward sprays against the first man. He's going to aggress towards the apartments, get 2 kills out of it. A triple found by the man. Mac 10 has walked right past him, found no more CT, so no trades on the table. The AK finally gets pressured, but Zendo is taken out Murray. And Sammy, 1-on-4 to try and make happen here. Technically a 1v5 clutch in the ace. But no bomb control, no access to the site, 8 points of health. He's running for it, but he's not going to last much longer. Chimera have 1 minute and 10 to hunt him down. And ESC will get nothing out of this round.
So even reflecting back on that first half, you have a single retake that was won by ESC. All of them were basically bomb plant denials, didn't even get close to the bomb site. Then we go into the second half, and there just hasn't been a plant. There's been no scenarios where we're looking at a post plant and thinking, okay, there's something to work with here. There's at least ability to close a round down. There's players in good positions to cut rotations. They're just getting farmed before they're even getting into bomb sites.
At this point, I don't even know who to be more disappointed in. ESC for choking this lead or Chimera for letting it get to a 10-1 in the first place. Chimera be happy at the fact they're getting given as much room as they are at the moment. AWP's in for Zender and Co. From that short access, aware of players down at the bottom of bench. A shot missed out by a slight bait. The player on short. Blue-white will be ready for Mari. Zender's going to try and support it as well. Scopes in to watch out for potential Palace entrances. Blue-white walking right into Mari's position. Not aware of how close that player is. The smoke will start to clear soon. The AK may be given a chance to get 2 kills out of this. Angles aren't 100% there. They start to back away. At least one player does. Blue-white does get caught.
AWP wants to try and get that quick trade. Now they should start capitalizing on this space towards A.
2 players isolated from the 2 rotators. The bomb carrier can still get caught out towards ramp as McHugh's going to get fragged out. Samey's going to find his backup. And just like that, ESC have found a decent and confident round here. Nothing the Orpa can do on shore. Zenda will try and fight, but get nothing for it. Shine Jez in a 1-on-5. Finally, ESC have broken this streak from Chimera.
They probably deserve to lose that round. You've got the AWP in top con that's missed a sitter. The short player that's running out in the open somehow baits him without a shot connection. And it's a lazy clearance out there in window room. There's a boost up finally from Mari, and no one's anticipating it. No one's watching out for it. They're making noise on rotation, and that's where he can start capitalizing on the first kill, jump over so he doesn't get traded by the AWP. It's a fairly simple round. It's a shame that the aggressive A-main individuals can't drop the bomb, because that could have created a bit of chaos on the bomb side. But ESC catch a break. 10 in a row. And now you start wondering, can they close this map out? Is Anubis still calling, perhaps?
We better finest the margins. Still got a battle hard to get there. Chimera have built up plenty of cash. Be buying into this round. They'll be buying into round 23. Even if they lose this one. Cuse HE'd off in the smokes to reveal some T-side presence. The AWP sees one. He lands the kill. Zenda opens up the round. ESC get the trade back, but Vilby again through the smoke and find Mario. The flicks are fantastic for Xander now. 4-on-2. Chimera responding in kind. The player at Sandwich finally gets caught off. The AK and Mast can dish out some more damage to another man, but he might have to do all the heavy lifting here because Samy's so low, and now Mast is dead. A 1-on-3 at 10 HP. Not going to happen. Chimera with a hell of a response.
Got good utility usage coming in from Chimera, so it's a fairly quick tempoed play into A. Couple of players coming from Palace, few out from ramp. There's breakage of smokes, and Zenda, notice how he's not backing off. He's not playing a passive line. He's not giving respect to the T side to open up the bomb site to get the bomb down. He wants to challenge those Palace players. A couple of critical shots from the AWP. Not easy flicks at all, but the young man steps up and redeems himself from the previous whiff.
ESC with another tactical. Just when they feel like they've jumped the hurdle, they hit another brick wall. Have to consider their money state as well here. They have plenty to buy into for Chimera's part. Meanwhile, ESC can't afford the AWP fully in this round, and they shouldn't be able to do so for the next one either. That's a bomb plant bonus. Investing into the next regardless of what happens here, because you need to, round 23, decide who gets map point first. And right now it's feeling like Chimera might just do. Zenda with a pickup in the apartment, his second player as well to push forward, start to gather some information. See nothing more of the T side as they start towards mid.
And because you've got the rifler that's gone aggro apps, the AWP can start rotating, start putting more impact down towards the A defense. Into Con, Samy's going to try and exploit, and Blue-White just gives him that space.
The smoke there towards top con. Further access from Chimera. ESC going to try and hunt for them around this smoke. Molotov sent in. Mari going to start to move up towards connector alongside Samy as well. Blue-White's hiding behind that smoke at the stairs angle, ready for them to start pushing. Start to clear C. 1 and 2. Adjustments right back on it. He might be negative, but he's still got it. And Master's all alone with Zender's latest frag onto TN. And now revealed here towards the sniper's nest, found by Blue-White, and a triple frag in this round, 12-11. Chimera hit map point first.
Their economy isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. You consider, yes, it's max round loss bonus, but no bomb plant. They've still got themselves a great looking buy. Yeah, it might not have the AWP out for Samy, but we're talking about almost AK armor and full util sets for everybody. Blue-White with a great transfer, and this is back-to-back rounds from Xander where his AWP is just firing. He's working opening picks and he's working multi-frags.
Massive impact from the AWP. And again, the IGL 22 frags still leading the board on server, top fragger. ESC will be limited on utility sets to get into these executions. They've already used a little bit of it to get towards mid. They have a couple of smokes left. Molotov's left as well. Counter smokes in as Mars tries to strike from short. The execution coming in real quick at the split play. Shine Jez fragged out on Mars. Secondary kill just barely found the drop off of Badgeme. Tien can trade to a 3v3. Look at a swing from Blue White though. He's caught one man as short, but he's staggered from his teammates who are in the back lines. They still find Sammy on the jump face, and Tien is all that remains. Been trying to lurk to the other bomb site for as long as possible, but now in the execution he will fall. And at 13-11, the 1-10 comeback for Chimera is complete, and they take the series 2-0.
Bloody hell. Only in Tier 3 could this happen, not even Tier 2. That is mental that we have seen that kind of comeback. And Chimera, they had to work for it. But at the same time, there weren't many competitive rounds in that second half. There were not many chances for ESC. What a joke of a series. And I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's an unranked tournament or what, Jay, but from what I saw with Forza Reload a couple of days ago against Eklot and now seeing this, these games are just so out of place. They are not to the level that we expect. They are not to the competitive degree at all. I don't quite know what's going on.
I mean, at this point, I'm going to put it down to these teams just not being as experienced into the level that we expect out of Compass, and I think that definitely has shone through most especially. I mean, look, ESC deserved to lose that matchup.
Yeah.
Like, they had a 10-1 lead. If you can't close from that, with the level of experience that these individual players, I understand, obviously, as a team, they've got more time under their belt over on the Chimera side as a core. They've got more chemistry, but these are players that have been playing in the Tier 2 space for years. Guys that have been around on some very significant projects from the ESC side and the Polish space. Like, Loska Gutos is just one example, but even going back to like AGOs, Permitters, Honorises, Illuminars, Sangles, obviously in the case of Sammy, like some very experienced pieces on the board, and they just can't seem to close it out. So for ESC, I have to say that, again, very disappointing, a bit of an embarrassment to lose out on that comeback, but for Chimera, all celebrations in their part of the board. And one man that definitely led the charge, both literally and figuratively, was Vilby. 22 frags at the end of that map up, and he's joining us right now on the other end of the line to discuss how that series went down. Vilby, congratulations on the victory, and congratulations on the comeback as well. Like, again, it was 9 rounds in a row from a 110 deficit. I have to ask about what you did to facilitate that. How did you bring home that comeback on Mirage?
Before swap sites, we told that we need this pistol and we can do this comeback. Yes, we did it before, and I knew that our defense is very good. So we just need to play our game and show what can we do. But we still finding our game, so decisions at T was not good today.
Well, you just come from a LAN event, and while it was a disappointing LAN, I think the scorelines looked pretty close, and I'm sure a valuable learning experience. What were some of the key takeaways from that LAN to now coming back to online? What were some of the main, I suppose, key positions to be worked on?
I think we just arrived to bootcamp from LAN. There was like three travel days before we traveled to bootcamp. We just we will watch demo soon. Take our time to improve that we don't show it on LAN, and as well everyone has fever. I mean, just a bit ill, everyone. So it was a bit hard to show our best at LAN and online at previous week.
Well, obviously you've shown your best right here against the ESC side in the 2-0 fashion. I wanted to ask about what your goals in Compass are going to be right now. Like, how far do you see yourself going in this tournament?
We just need to play our games, more practice, and find our mistakes that we need to fix as we young team. I mean, we just assembled a month ago, and we still have to find our game as together, as we have 2 new players, and we need to work a lot.
Well, if your game looks anything like that, then I'm sure there'll be a bright future for you guys. A young squad, but certainly a successful squad today. Vilby, congratulations on the win, and good luck in round 3.
Thank you.
There you go, Dwayne. Just play your game, find your confidence. And look, like I said before, I think there's potential behind these players because they've got some very young pieces on the board. I was a big fan of what Blue White was doing over on the first map. Vilby obviously showed his own star power on map number 2 as well. So I think you've got some pieces with a lot of potential behind them. It's a case now of just finding that potential and refining it into something a bit more confident than what we saw today.
Yeah, they definitely should have gone to a third map in this kind of individual best of 3. It's going to be a good feeling to not have a win on HLTV for nearly a month. That's a long time to go where you're being slammed, and I'm sure at moments in Mirage it probably felt, oh crap, like it's going to be another 1-13, 2-13 that we're just back to back. I think they need improvements on their map pool. I'm not sold on their Mirage at all. I thought that their T side looked reckless and completely uncoordinated. So I'd hope that come the next best of 3 next week in Compass, we maybe see something slightly different. I know that they've picked Train once, I know that they've picked Ancient once, and I know they've picked Anubis once. So there are other options. I just want to see it more consistently. They can't be reliant on their Mirage if that is the kind of outcome that we're getting in the last 5 officials from them.
Yeah, I think you came into today saying that these two teams are going to get pretty easily smoked by any of the tougher opposition that we have in the main Swiss stage, and I have to say that based on how that Mirage went down, I can attest to that. If it gets repeated against another squad here in the top end of the board, I could very easily see Chimera having a very hard time. But again, I want to give at least a little bit of forgiveness, a little bit of leeway, because they are a very young squad, a very young players. They still have a lot of development to do, and I do mean a lot of development to do. But look, they got the right mentality about it. They got the right idea of just continuing to improve upon their mistakes, trying to play their own game, and try to do whatever they can here in Compass. Shine Jez is the MVP of this series, and I guess between the two maps, even though we were sort of focusing on Vilby and Blue White the most in terms of their star potential, I guess that there has been one more consistent element across the board.
Yeah, Shine Jez, not a lot of people know, but started his career out in the Navi youth system. Ended up going out on Envision, which was a team that was grinding quite a lot in Tier 2 and Tier 3 in Russia. And then from Cybershock and Betra, he's been able to work with more experienced pieces. And being a fresh face to what is a long-standing core, he needs to make sure that he's consistently on the board for what is impactful individual performance that's going to lead to victories. They've finally ended the streak. They've got themselves their first win today. They've got to look a little bit more positive in advance. They're 3-3. Try and get some more wins under the board. Try and come in refreshed for next week, and hope if you can get 2-1 that there's potentially a playoff position for you.
Yeah, look, it's not impossible to get back from this position. They have fended off the 0-2 death wish that every team wants to avoid here in Compass, so they will have an opportunity to make that higher position in round 4. But for now, they are 1-1 in the Switch stage. For ESC, it's all about fighting back from the brink and going down 0-2 and joining NiP Impact in the lower group for round 3. Drake, do you see a way out for them? Do you see them making their way back into the higher ends of the Swiss stage, even to round number 5?
I actually don't even see this team surviving too much longer. I mean, I know that it's a new squad, but they've just been picked up by an organization and the results are horrendous. I mean, to not even be closing from 10-1 up with how their advance record is looking, how they're getting slammed out of ranked tournaments, I think it's going to be a tough next few tournaments. It's going to be a tough next few months for ESC, because if they don't turn results around quickly, they will just get dropped. They need to be performing at a much higher level than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I have to agree. Again, I'm more disappointed in them for being the veterans that weren't able to close out from a 9-round advantage. So for ESC, back to the drawing board, back to the pracs, because you're going to need them quite significantly, I feel like, over the next couple of weeks. For now, they dropped down in the series, 0-2 in the series, and 0-2 in the Swiss stage, fighting for their lives from round 3 onwards here. And we fight to go towards a breaker at this point, because we've got quite an extended one coming up. Of course, a 2-0 series in quite one-sided fashion means that GTZ and Jano will be taking place as our second best of 3 of the day, and be taking place in a bit over an hour's time. So do join us back here a little bit after our extended break, when we come back with our second series from the 1-on-1 group.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role to 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
And a warm welcome back to Compass Winter into our second matchup of the day, the second of our 0 and 1 games, as GTZ will take on Jano to decide who is going to be dropping down to join the likes of the Poles in the elimination games from the rest of this Swiss stage. Now, earlier on, we did see the boys over from Chimera already take their place within 1 and 1, and obviously a successful day for them. But Dwayne, overall, you were saying at the start of the day it might be a bit of a rough day, and I think this series definitely echoes that sentiment.
Yeah, we might have the good old historic GTZ Bulls, but it's definitely not the Bulls of the 90s. This is a Portuguese side that's been struggling up against a Jano side that's in the exact same conversation. We've got 4 teams today, Jay, that all need wins. They're desperate to try and turn around what is a sinking ship at this point.
Especially for GTZ, where sinking ship is quite actually a very good, accurate description of them. They currently sit at number 43 on the VRS, and that's mostly because this is a squad that used to be known as Rhino, and we saw them try and compete during the RMR qualifiers, weren't quite able to make stuff happen, and mostly down to the fact that they went rather deep in the IESF, their LAN event. You mentioned earlier, of course, how significant LAN events were, and they've maintained that ranking as much as you feasibly can, but they are slipping down the ranks themselves, and so they are in desperate need of some victories, both unranked and ranked victories.
43rd in the world, it's similar to Nexus. The ranking's just way too high and completely unreasonable. Now, they've done quite well in some of the local LAN tournaments. The Core 3 were able to get to a grand final in the Retake Season 9 finals, and then the Core 4, only with PR instead of MS, was able to win the Natius Christmas Challenge LAN. So those LAN, especially grand finals, is helping with the points department. But I'm just going to read you off, Jay, the current ranking of the teams around. So at 42, you've got Imperial, 44 Spirit Academy, 45 Fnatic, 46 Gun5, 47 Bestia, and 48 Na'Vi Junior. Now that's teams in the local divisions that are very strong, and in Europe, incredibly tough towards the top end of Tier 2. GTZ are nowhere near any of them. So being at 30 or 43rd in the world is just the stupid aspect of how VRS is, and why so many people are pointing fingers and complaining about the system.
You got fired up at that one, and certainly for a right good reason, because you are right. I think the layman would certainly look at GTZ and assume them to be the heavy favourites on the basis of that ranking alone in this matchup, and certainly it's only a very surface level analysis to look at things in that way. However, on the other end of the board, I'm not exactly too thrilled about Jano either. They will also sit very low on rankings at 120 as of the latest update at the start of February, and I mean, look, we saw these guys during the contender stage. They didn't look good. They've made a change since that point. I still don't think they're going to look any good here.
The problem with Jano is that you're working with a very small sample size of players, aren't you? You're working in what is basically a dying scene in Finland. We haven't had top Finnish teams for a good few years, ever since Harvu was towards the top 20 about 5 years ago, and then before that ends. So it is tough, and what ended up happening only a couple of weeks ago was Airax, the in-game leader, getting kicked. Now, he only lasted 78 days, and Jano now has no IGL. So Henu basically has to pick up the captaincy, and I remember saying it at the time, I feel like this is a difficult transition for Heno to go from a young, up-and-coming Ents Academy to now playing with some old veteran names that aren't really doing much. This is going to be another huge challenge for him. Now, Smiley's just standing in for the moment, but back to that conversation I had with a small sample size of players, he could be here for a little while, Jay, because at least he's played with these guys before. He's been a part of the Jano organization. He's played pretty much over 300 maps under the Jano banner. So I could see Smiley at least staying for a few months.
Yeah, I can see that happening too, but not by basis of him being like the right fit for the roster or them having like, you know, a lot of faith in him. Maybe he could perform extremely well. Maybe he could earn a permanent place, but in terms of how permanent Jano's place is going to be in general, I'm not too convinced. Since the last month's update in terms of this one, they've actually lost 13 rankings on the VRS, so they're also on the downward trajectory, and we're going to have to see something change about it soon. At the same time, though, you have to ask yourself, what can you realistically change? Because they are dedicated to that Finnish scene, and you've got untouchable names like YaLLa and Ariel. Of course, you mentioned the veterans there, and whether they can get moved on is another thing entirely from the organization's perspective. We can talk about performance all day, but there's always more to the story when it comes to those particular moves. So I don't know how to look at this matchup in overall, because they've got two squads that definitely have been, I don't want to say underperforming, but they just don't seem like they're capable of performing to the highest levels of the tier 2 space, even the mid pack of the tier 2 space at the moment. So once again, this matchup is going to be a very rough affair, and I have a feeling that you're not going to be enjoying this one at all. Best of 3 series, Map Veto's talk me through it.
It should be a Train ban in for GTZ and should be an Anubis ban in for Jano, which is quite good because the Finns like Train. They've been happy to pick it in best of 3s. So for Jano, I think their options is Mirage and probably Nuke, whereas for GTZ, they should pick into Ancient. It's the map that they pick the most. It's the map that they're most comfortable on at this sort of level.
Yeah, because default ban there of that Train, not exactly. I mean, they do like to play it a lot on the Jano side. They don't really often win it all that much. So regardless, we won't be seeing that. Nuke coming in from Jano, Ancient out for GTZ, as you mentioned before. Standardized picks right there and options available for the Finns. Final map will be Mirage.
Yeah, so I thought Mirage could have been a pick to come through from Jano in there with Nuke. So that is something that they've always enjoyed to play. Any variation of this Jano team's been quite happy to play into Mirage. It's just difficult to get a bit of a feeling. I mean, YaLLa's been a part of this project of sort of Team Temp, and Jano for 3 years now. The only achievement that he pretty much had was getting to the stage of Alyssa Masters Espo last year. You've got to try and get this team somewhat fairly high up in the rankings. I mean, they're in ESEA immediate this season, Jake. So it's going to be tough. I know they had some early exits in open qualifiers for the Rest Showdown, PGL Bucharest. I think even CCT's been quite rough for them. Like, they're in, Season 16's closed qualifier, lost out in the play-ins, couldn't even hold weight there. So, Jano are desperate to get on the Valve ranking, and they're desperate just to win series overall.
Yeah, and they're not very close to getting anywhere near those rankings at the moment. Right now, the open qualifiers of events are really the only opportunities that they're going to get at the moment. I don't think they're going to get invited to any more CCT qualifiers based on how their ranking position is fallen at the moment. So, really, and as you mentioned, ESEA Intermediate, that's not going to be a ranked tournament even in the playoff position, so you have to get to advanced playoffs. That's the minimum cutoff point in that particular ladder. So yeah, for Jano, the outlook doesn't look great. They're probably going to start decaying points and losing them over time. Well,
I would say there's one tournament that could give them a lot of points, and that's making top 4 in the LAN playoffs of the most recent Alyssa Open, so the Finnish circuit that they've got for a LAN tournament. Now, they've been struggling against the local teams. They lost out to Ents Academy, they lost out to Himu, and they lost out to Harvu, but they beat everybody else, which means they've just got to LAN. And we've been talking about it, Jay, how important LAN results are. So Jano have kind of got one good chance to be able to help their ranking out and start jumping in the points. They need to capitalize on that.
That's true, although I will say that they barely scraped by. They were tied up with another team as well in that competition. They were down to the very last match of the season to make it into that LAN event. So the fact that they just made it through on that particular basis obviously is great for them individually, but there is a world in which they would have lost that matchup and then they wouldn't have been involved in that at all, and then the outlook certainly would have been pretty disastrous. And of course, we also know that the Elisa Opens now qualify them to a larger Elisa Nordic Championship, so there's opportunities in terms of making LAN there if they can get through the rest of the Finnish scene, which not impossible, as you mentioned before. Very low pool of talent, or very small pool of talent there in the Finnish circuit, so maybe there's a way in for the Jano side. But in terms of the here and now, in terms of performing on the international stage, I haven't got a lot of faith in them at the moment.
I've got faith in this series. I probably don't have faith in them as a grand picture and looking at a wider scale, but I'm looking at GTZ saying, right, they're on a 5-game losing streak. They've won just 1 out of their past 11 maps on HLTV. And while we didn't really talk about the players massively from GTZ, the newer guys, Linko and MS, mate, they have been struggling massively individually. Their numbers look terrible. And maybe that's just you being thrown into the deep end. I know MS played on Rhino Youngsters, so the academy team, and Linko played on Saw Youngsters a couple of of years ago and then most recently Make Your Destiny in the lower division. So while I would say the Rhino core didn't exactly play at the highest of levels in Tier 2, they still hung and played around a decent circuit, played competitive teams. So I think these newer guys that are fresh to this level are going to have a tough time to adapt, and we're seeing it already in the first few tournaments of the year.
Yeah, it should be noted as well that Linko actually came off the back of an assistant coach stint with Koi, so it's not exactly like, or as of late at the very least, not exactly like an active professional player. I don't know how much he's been practicing in that particular respect, but coming into back into the server off the back of that like small little opportunity, you wonder whether or not that's going to be something that might be something that has impacted his individual performance levels. But yeah, look, in my eyes, I sort of see this matchup as being two teams that have done well or okay in their local divisions, but getting to the international circuit is where they start to struggle. So struggle they will, I believe, in this matchup. GTZ will take on YaLLa. GTZ on the CT side of our first map of Nuke.
Very fast in for YaLLa, top site hit.
Wasting no time with those Glocks out. Julies of Snappy can get that first pick. Look for the second man, unable to land him. Aerial turns it into a 4-on-4, and they have the A-bomb site.
Linko trying to see if he can get a duel, and Rafak's trying to work a timing. Aerial seen him, and now the main players are swinging.
No dinks down, no kills getting found. Aerial allowed another kill out on Linko, and MS going to run out of ammo as Henu finds the kill against him. Both players at the CT side now up in heaven, already starting to reposition and on the outside position. Bomb plant will be secured in the end. Jano had plenty of time to put it down. GTZ, we allowed too much access to the bomb site here.
While there was a few whiffs in there from Marin, the T's have certainly capitalized on it. Aerial's done great work with some of the kills and the gooshes. And no PJ, the last one left, 1v4. Just to try and make this round expensive. Jano go fast in with the A-site exec, and they go fast out of the round with a pistol victory.
Eventually catches Henu on the headshot, but so many more T-site players to gain. It's just too much to handle for one man. No time left on the clock, no kit either. This will be a pistol win for the Jano side. Very fast and aggressive. GTZ not ready for that kind of a pace. We'll have to start hunkering down for it because Jano, this is their map to rule.
Indeed it is, and for pretty much any Finnish team, Nuke has always been strong in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 landscape. Jano have always picked into Nuke and have been strong even against some of the better teams in competitions of Tier 2. So I've got full faith that they'll have a comfortable performance on T-side and even transitioning over to that CT basis. I mentioned just at the end of that pre-show the new players struggling out on the Portuguese side, Jay. I'm just going to read off the stats since joining up with GTZ. Linko, 25 maps played, negative 107 KD difference, averaging an 0.82 rating, and MS, same maps played, negative 122 KD difference, 1.78 rating. We need to see so much more from the young players.
Imagine that those stats are going to take a tank on this map as well because it's 5 maps lost in a row for GTZ in the last 3 months. And some very one-sided losses at that, so yeah, they'll be looking to exploit en masse here. Mac 10's on the outside for YaLLa. Does get found by one CT player. Aerial fast to return on Rafax. The 4-on-4 with that continuous fight towards outside. And meanwhile, GTZ are going to try and take some lobby control. They're in standoff now.
Jano happy to run the clock. Linko's been able to take a lot of space away in lobby, but it's Snappy's contact outside. He's going to try and get help from the A player coming into main, but the T's have smoked him off. And Snappy up against the rifle. Aerial just domes him.
Wasting little time. And it's the most threatening weapon that GTZ have in their arsenal. Out of play for this round. 5-7s only from here on out. Going to continue to work on that outside presence, aware that Linko would have dropped off there from heaven and made that noise, that damage. Won't be too massive, but it's information just to the Jano side.
The Linko might be able to get one. Close range with the 5-7 is going to do a lot of damage out here in heaven. But Alu's going to be there for the quick trade, and Aerial might even get the first shot off.
Up on the rafters, eventually going to get off of the handrail. Get the kill in the end, a double up found on the site execution. It's 4 kills overall for Aerial. Let me get the ace out of this one. No, it's Henu that steals it. And 2 casualties won't mean much towards the Jano side. They keep the AK in, which is the most important part of it. And now GTZ will have to suffer with an eco for round 3.
And imagine being guys and players in the Portuguese scene, maybe GTZ players, and hearing that Saw basically say, we can't rebuild and keep a full Portuguese team. We just don't have the talent. I mean, do I agree with that? Probably not. I think that there is talent, and they've been able to utilize it in the past with some of the young players, but they've made a decision to go European, and that just doesn't... It's not a good feeling for anyone that's in a local scene like Portugal.
And GTZ doing work on the USPs here as best they can. A flashbang keeping the one player blinded. YaLLa. They're a double dink down, so advantage for GTZ for the time being. Can't get towards that rifle at the moment. Have to continue fighting on other angles, particularly at Secret with the Deagle.
Snappy, the in-game leader of the team, has taken on a bit of a role shift. When you and I, Jay, were casting Rhino in the middle section the summer of last year, he was in-game leading, but also being the AWPer. Now he's kind of come into a new roster, he's working with some newer pieces, and it's going to be Rafax to be the main AWPer of the team. So I guess when you're working with newer projects, when you're working with different faces, you do have to sometimes sacrifice and utilize different roles within a team.
Things can shift rather quickly and easily. The shift into the A-bomb site is going to give Jano a chance to get the bomb down, but no, Linko's going to catch area with his head turned away at the wrong moment. That's a couple of 3 picks, in fact, found by the pistol players. The bomb can't make his way out safely, and no PJ comes up from the heaven rafters, and Jano are suddenly about to lose a full eco round. Double up for YaLLa, does secure quite a bit out of it, but it's still a round stolen by the CT side.
A decent tuck setup from GTZ, so they get the first kill with the USP on the outside. You've then got a P250 in an uncomfortable open vent corner where it's not being cleared because there's no door player. Henry's coming out from heart, everyone else is trying to come in from main, and slowly it starts getting very chaotic. There's strong players on a crossfire, CTs are rotating up to heaven quickly, Snappy wraps in on the outside, and within a matter of just a split seconds, it goes completely out of order, and GTZ win an absolute steal.
And that they do. The opening round of this map-up. Jano and struggle to afford a follow-up buy here. We're seeing rifles out for a couple of men, but pistols and YaLLa also yet to invest a Galil in for Smiley. So that set them back quite a little bit with GTZ's damage done in the previous force buy round. A lot of value gained for the CT Forces, a chance to really springboard into this map up and get the first half underway for themselves, because I imagine if there is one half that GTZ are going to have a chance in on this map, it would be on CT.
Well, from Jano's perspective, they want to finally just get on the board, because this is now their second Compass tournament, Jay, and they are yet to win a series. I think back to Fall a couple of years ago, where it was Alu, YaLLa, Smiley, Yerpa, and ZKS on the roster. They lost out to Espionage, lost out to Alliance, lost out to Metasport. They won a couple of maps, but weren't able to win a series. And then I'm looking at Winter this time around. They got farmed against Monty, farmed against BC Game, held close against the new-looking 9, able to take a map, but map 2 and map 3 was pretty smooth sailings for Rules and Co. So this could be the perfect chance for YaLLa to put his foot down and finally get a victory in Compass.
Establish something here in this season. As it stands, Jano are about to get equalised against unless these weapons take something away from them. Again, we're looking at those riflers and Henu and Smiley, and alongside YaLLa also on the AWP. And without a helmet into this round to try see if he can bring some firepower on the big green gun. Got a pistol player right behind him as well. Jano spread out default, careful to the approach.
They want to get YaLLa first contact. They want to get him to search outside, potentially win a fight, and then that's when they can put pressure towards ramp, hoping that if an outside kill comes in, NoPJ will rotate down from ramp. It's actually going to be the door player instead of Snappy going down the vent to hold off Secret.
60 seconds remaining for Jano to go for the execution. They've got a little bit of information. I think a footstep was made by that main player, and the taps to NoPJ revealing that he's set to angle. Rafax is the off-angle position. Snappy in from Secret, comes up and knocks down 2 players, including that AWP, as you mentioned, trying to get that first contact. Rafax, a couple of kills out from his position, not expected there by the Jano side. The AK can get recovered, and GTZ will be in it to a piece.
Yeah, Snappy, one of the more experienced players on this organisation, got close to 500 maps played on HLTV, and he is historically playing his 100th map for GTZ. He's been a part of the organisation a few times in the past. A chance for him to rebuild and look at 2025 to be a successful one, because anytime, whether you're struggling or not, Jay, you're in a strong position of the VRS around top 40. You want to try and keep that for as long as possible. You don't want to be dropped out quickly. maintain invites. Rafax fast out towards the back of T-Red. There is a one good trade, so for a Glock round, they can be fairly happy with an opening kill.
Over the frag back. OPJ struggling to deal with another pistol out here towards Ramp. Eventually does take him down, but the damage has been done, and Alu can take that next player out. A third kill would be lovely at this stage, and Alu does have an AK in his hands to do so. Get down the ramp to get towards that B bomb site. Instead, challenging outside of hell. Very, very bad spray from Snappy. And that does apply the damage for Jano.
We've now seen an eco win for the Portuguese, and a Glock round has warranted 3 kills and potentially a bomb plant. Linko on the left-hand side is giving a 1v1, and Alu has got a good chance of winning this.
Veteran patience and reads. Plant down in the center of the bomb site. Gets out towards double doors. Closes them immediately. And now hearing the flashbang coming in from MS, knows exactly where he is. These one good headshots. Alu will show why he's so experienced here on this Jano side. Another smoke in from MS, trying to go for the Ninja Defuse. 5 seconds on the stick. He's tapped it once. He's going to try and force the fight out. Alu takes the bait, and he doesn't get the kill for it. MS will be able to hold the retake in when he can find the bomb, that is. Should be able to. Yep, there it is. Nice and secure. Jano cannot get the lead back on this one. Very close to the steal. Did a lot of damage in that round, though.
Indeed they did, and this is a bit ridiculous to see a bomb plant and 4 kills is coming through from Glocks. But perhaps this is the sentiment of evidence that we were explaining in the pre-show. We are working with low-level squads that are struggling. We're going to have a lot of these gimmicky rounds. We're going to have a lot of not high-quality CS on display, but teams need to capitalize on that. They need to jump on those opportunities, and for Jano, that was so close to being a massive steal in the first half.
There's the highlight we were saying again against GTZ. Yes, they might be in the top 40 or top 50 in the world, but that's not always the most accurate description of them. Snappy finds the first frag onto Aerial, though, so the advantage sits the way of GTZ into round 6, and a follow-up as well is found on Alu on outside, so Jano are crumbling here.
Well, it's a positive sign to see the in-game leader farming outside. This has been back-to-back gun rounds in which Snappy's been able to multi-frag and just deny all of the T's any success outside.
YaLLa can't get a trade either. Attempted a quick burst through, but crosshair accuracy isn't there. Jano need a trade back soon. A minute on the clock for the execution. No AWP to battle against Rafax here on outside. Have to be the AK swing and hit. He's set towards that gap there at the main and blue bins. Shot rings out. It misses. Jano quickly crosses the secret.
They're going to try and get down to lower. Now, the vent rotation and even the ramp rotation can beat them. CTs are getting in quickly. It seems as if they're going to have 2 players down here on lower from ramp.
So PJ ready for a fight and still loses it out. Rafax can take Henry out, and the HE will land towards the bomb carrier. YaLLa will fall from behind the wall. It's Smiley in a 1-on-4. AK close, finds a fight against the first man, but they all came charging through that doorway, and the kill did not come in quick enough. The GTZ can extend their lead to 2.
And we were casting a bit of Rhino and the Portuguese lads where they were on the build-up to the RMR closed qualifier. They were playing in quite a lot of the res tournaments. And it was always Snappy being sort of the star in-game leader, putting himself in active roles and constantly searching for opening advances. So it's a positive sign to see Snappy being the outside player and not being on the back defensive, playing in Garage, playing in Credit, maybe Zaiwu. He's getting behind the back of T-Red. He's looking to challenge the top of main out there towards Silo. And that's what you want from a captain, to be able to lead by example, to put numbers up on the board. At 4-2, even though it's been a scrappy game, I think the Portuguese will be happy with where they sit. They know that the economy's rough. They know that they can start getting a bit of a round streak. If they can get themselves close towards 7 or 8 rounds on the CT half, I think they'll be happy with that. I think that's a realistic goal right now.
Half investment available for the T's. GTZ on paper should be making their way up towards number 5. Jano did get close to stealing one back with pistols only, though. Let's see whether they can make that extra firepower work towards them. 2 men about to walk their way in from trophy into ramp. Still got two men on the crossfire here. The AWP being one of them. A Rafax kill found. M4 most through one. Second player will also drop with the bomb as well.
A bit of a fun fact about the GTZ organization is that there's a few players, I'll come back to that in a sec, because Henry's been able to get two and Ariel's got a good timing. If they can get one more kill towards ramp, this could be a steal. Ah, that's unfortunate timing.
Yeah, Ariel was expecting him to push towards the right-hand side door, and in the end gets caught to the left. Bomb still in CT control of that. Henry's on 32 HP as well to those two picks out of lobby. Again, he's looking for at best one more kill out of this round. Let's see the one-man space into the AWP, and Rafax will close out with a triple in the round. So 5 on the trot for GTZ. YaLLa back on their weapons now here.
And back to talking about the organization, a fun fact about GTZ is that they've got players in this current team that have repped the organization before. We know that Snappy has played there twice. Rafax has been there 6 times. That's I can't believe that. To represent one organization for now your 7th tenure. That's unheard of. Not even Mighty Max has done that.
No, but Mighty Max also had 2 extended tenures with Endpoint, so it kind of balances out.
Well,
You are right about that one. Many different iterations of GTZ, and only the latest of the bunch. Kill found for Snappy, as Henu will drop first and foremost. Advantage again for the CT side. And they're getting these opening picks rather consistently now. YaLLa have got to deal with this.
indeed they do. They can't quiet Snappy. He is just fighting everywhere. He's outside, he's main, he's fighting towards door, and whatever he's getting, it's Jano not trading. Snappy has a deeper HE, pick up the AK, could push an aggressive move when that smoke starts to clear. Jano have no one towards the outside, so they've got a couple of options here. They can go back outside and throw a diag variation. Haven't seen much of that from the T perspective. They've been quite dry outside. Rather than going for 1, 2, 3 or diags, they've been trying to get aerial to the back of red. They've been trying to get the AWP of Alu to search on the boost up. So I'm surprised we're not getting more smoke wall variations. Try and get less A-site players here. Get them to rotate down to B, in from the vent, down from ramp. This has to be an upper take, because well, they're running out of time now.
30 seconds on the clock. Jano. Molotov's out of the squeaky door. The smoke's about to fade. Another set coming in for them. The block off main. Linko on top. No one checks the heart. Good adjustments there for YaLLa. Almost makes it a triple, but Snappy answers back with 2 of his own. Bombs dropped. 10 seconds now for Alu to make a clutch happen. He knows he can't do it. He hasn't got enough map control or information. So he just slinks away, holds on to the AK, and GTZ hits 6.
So this has been an awful T-side from Jano, and sometimes you can be a bit tunnel vision from the casting perspective. You see the X-ray, you're looking at the radar, it gives you all a bit of an idea on how the round is set up. But if we're looking at that from Jano's T-side, they've run the clock, there's no pressure outside, there's no pressure ramp, they're just sitting in lobby. So of course, A is going to be stacked up quite heavily. You've got 2 players defending against door, 1 up against heart. I felt that Jano were just so two-dimensional in that last round. They needed to have a lurk, they needed to have pressure just somewhere on the map to try and force a bit of an over-rotation.
It was one of the things we were talking about earlier about the fact they don't have a true IGL. Henry may have taken over the reins, but I don't think he's had any IGL experience in the past, if memory serves me correctly. The end result may well be these issues tactically about the reads, about the information, about the decision-making as a squad. 6 lost in a row. GTZ converting on an eco-steal of all things as well. Oh, Jano are trying to force the issue back of their own accord. They'll get 1 AK in for Alu, of course, safe from the previous, but the buy-up will feature a couple of Galils, a couple of Tech 9s. It's really not great.
Well, it's going to be another top site lead. Now, at least they've done the diag, so there could be a player down in secret already, and that's why you've got the player in the vent of Snappy. But it's still set up nicely. Linko trying to see if he can set some util up from the teammate that dropped it out in Mustang. Jano have got a minute on the clock, and they've got a bit of outside warp potential, so it could be an A-split through main now.
Smoke's come back. Shot rings out from the AWP. Another opening frag to the favour of GTZ. Fortunately, only a Tech 9 dropped for Jano, but Still down by a man, still struggling to trade. Secret now becomes the next point of attack, or does it? Rafak sneaks in as Alu is out in the open. He missed the mark against the one T-side player who's out there, but he refaces at the right moment, cannot connect the shot. Yellow's Galil can take no PJ down. The Tech 9 fighting against the pistol player as well. MS can trade it 3-on-2. He's low HP. Linko leaves Smiley back towards 1, and Henu is all that remains. Caught off by 2, takes 1 down. The trade is good for GTZ to take the half.
Yeah, that was so awkward on the outside. While Rafax does well to get 2 kills, it's just both players whiffing. Between him and Alu, both individuals have just got their pistols out and no one's hitting any shots. All distraction as the A-site individuals clean up. Jano looking unlikely that a gun round is going to get 1 in this first half. And they've looked more deadly on the half buy and the ecos than they have in the gun v gun rounds.
5 to the good now on GTZ. Jano trailing behind massively on their own map pick right here. We talked about how great Nuke has been for Finnish teams, but this is anything but right now. Linko with a simple double set. And Aerial's been fragged up, tagged up heavily towards outside control. Even the push forward towards Trophy. I think they've got no PJ up there in that position. Snappy finishing off the job he started against Aerial as he goes down. Yeah, another disaster round for Jano. About to walk into another player. Will he hold his tongue? First player. Second just being seen. This is easy. This is easy. This is 8 for GTZ.
And it's going back to what we saw on Monday, to what we saw in the previous best of 3. These weaker squads are just getting bombed out of series. We're not seeing competitive rounds. We're not seeing competitive maps. So anytime, not so much just pistol and conversions, but I want to say you win the first or second gun round, it just sets an example for what could be a 13-3, 13-4 kind of score consistently, which wouldn't typically happen with the higher level teams or even in the Compass circuit overall.
Another day of disappointment, it seems. GTZ. And the defensive will get pushed back initially. No PJ going to get caught by YaLLa, so starting advantage sits for Jano. This time finally getting up in the face of their opposition and taking the bomb site by force, but can they hold on with the weapon disadvantage? The one AK sitting in for Henry is the only rifle to work with here on the half buy.
Snappy's done well. Oh, he's made it 2.
Straight in from the ramp entrance. I think the C's actually pushed out that position, so advantage tips the way of GTZ as a result. They're on the bomb already. Taps it once and holds it all the way forward. MS to cover him and body block, and there's no access for Jano. No vision past the smoke. And no defensive of the bomb site after the plan. At least they got a plan out of a half buy, but to get cash for round number 12 when really they need rounds.
The problem with taking lower quickly is that the CTs have so much util for the retake. And once Snappy gets those 2 kills at ramp, well, there's only so many positions they can be. Either dark or all towards observation window and double doors. With the vent rotation, it was an easy read. You just start pummeling the smokes towards double doors, you get the util of the incendiaries in, and you stick the defuse. There's just no chance there for Jano at all.
And swamped. Up, fragged out by Aerial, expecting him to retreat back. Good use of the flashbang to force that man into an awkward stance. Starting advantage for Jano once again here. Second round in a row that they've gained the opening pick. Didn't do much with it in the last round though, so not hold our breaths just yet.
Now, Aerial's been creating chances on the outside. The issue is that the majority of the time it's been him getting dropped by Snappy. So while he's been the aggressive rifler, he's lacked consistency. Grouped up with the bomb, 2 players down at lower. Pretty good read here from GTZ.
We need to have a close-up. Jano into the aggression. M4 to fight. Snappy gets nothing, but Linko gets 2 back, dropping the bomb. Smiley can trade him. Now it's up to the CT rotators, one of which is close to bomb site. Up in the rafters is no PJ. He's fragged out. Henry's there to cut out the last. And Jano will at least close the half on a high note, but still 9-3 up. 9 rounds in a row for GTZ at that.
The T-side round win percentages on HLTV in the last 3 months look horrendous for both teams. Jano are currently at 33.3 and GTZ are at 15.6. You've got to hope that with a 9-3 half, with a huge amount of buffer, that the Portuguese have what it takes to close out this first map of the series and get themselves 1-0 up, going into a tasty Ancient.
A lead like this. It's extremely staunch for the GTZ camp, so how much of that CT side bias are we really going to see affect them here? Because you are right, the balance of rounds do definitely favour the CT half, especially in the case of GTZ, where if you look at their pie chart on HLTV, it's overwhelmingly blue. But 4 rounds are all they need, a pistol win. But you're at least half of the way there. See what GTZ have in store. Let's see what YaLLa have prepared as well for this second half. I need to see a massive step up in the second half in that. I don't think they'll be happy with how little they were able to take, especially after winning the pistol in the first half.
No, not at all. And I remember a few months ago, I was chatting with Whitey and Miltsy from Ents Academy, and I asked them, is Jano even pracking? I wasn't sure at the time. And they are a full team. They prack every single day, but it's the results that are just becoming so difficult. And top site lean, util from Snappy, going into A quickly.
Only one man to defend the bomb site. Aerial outside at main. Gets smoked off as well. CTs can rotate in from heaven, but have to be set for the retake. They can't get here quick enough for Jano. GTZ. 1 plant bonus at least. Let's see what Jano can do.
Snappy wants to try and cut the rotate, but the player on the left-hand side perspective, that's going to be a tough individual to fight against.
Oh, awkward engagement, losing his life to the player at Squeaky Corridor. Was he detected? He has been now. Alu finds that second kill. YaLLa with a follow-up as well onto Rafax. 2 versus 5. Checking out the hot position on the back side. Linko can get away with 1, but only 1. And that's about as far as it will go. Retake successful for Jano. They take the second pistol.
It's surprising when you consider that it's a 5-on-5 post plant. Good util usage for the smoke in main. The molly to come out in heaven. They know that it's got to be a ramp stack or an outside heavy play, considering there was no one on the defense on A. But the aggressive lobby T players just get nothing. Out in door, out in hut, they're just getting overwhelmed. Linko, the only one to find a single returning kill that was at the backside of default. And no force buy here with the round buffer. They might have got the cash injection, but they're happy to just lightly eco and focus up in the first rifle.
The gun setting for Jano on the contrary, and GTZ did their best in the third round of the half, of course.
They've got 3 lots of armor. They need to make sure that this round is damaging if they want to buy up in the next.
The Eagles are plenty. 1 tap to the head will do it all. Yeah, I know receiving very little of GTZ at the moment. The walk outside from Snappy is the next big concern. Swung upon by Aerial, timed it well. Frag gets found, Linko's seen, he gets nothing. And Alu's going to follow up onto Rafax as well. So actually this round goes pretty swimmingly for the Jano side instead. GTZ, not even a kill's worth of damage here.
Look at the money. You know that NoPJ and Rafax have to make a decision. Do we want to go down to the Galil or not? If they go AK armor, they're going to have no util. Straight away, you see Rafax on that Galil and NoPJ to do the exact same thing. And that's always the worry and maybe the concern going into a second round buy on team point of view when you get the bomb down is that if you invest heavily and you're not being rewarded, you're going to struggle come that next gun round. And the limitations of the Galil will have a big factor.
Set up the defaults at the very least for the GTZ camp. Actually 3 Galils as Linko wanted the full set of utility at that. Towards outside. Snappy will lean forward here for the T side. He's got smoke available to try and set up a bit of a cross with one that comes down from the T spawn angle. HG's against the smoke will reveal position for now. Snappy runs across, makes no qualms about it. Aerial can't connect much damage. It's the HG that did some initials. Meanwhile, over at ramp, Smiley sees him coming, rolls back, knows that it must be a B-split.
Snappy needs to try and get this rotated player down for the vent and catches Henu straight away.
Hell of a headshot. Suddenly Smiley's going to be left very isolated. Back at Dark, he has to hide, take a fight. Now he's pinned in a corner, and the T's are going to hunt him down. Attack from all sorts of angles. We'll get one shot off on one man, but that's the kill against him. Rapak's also caught YaLLa, and Aerial will sneak forward to that smoke, get a kill, but maybe extending a little bit too far into two more players. Now it's all YaLLa, 1v3, can't hold the clutch. GTZ up to 10.
I think Smiley's done as much as he can there. He is the ramp player that's dropped B. He loses his teammate of Henu that's dropped vent and gone towards single door. So what do? You fight as much as you can against the ramp individuals, but you're just being swung from everywhere. You're being swung from the high ground, from underneath. You're hoping that you might be able to get two, but it just doesn't happen. All the rotations get cut easily, and while Jano may have won pistol and anti-eco, at first gun round they get slapped, and now you go back into reality to think, okay, we're going to buy up here, but it's going to be difficult. There's no AWP for YaLLa. YaLLa's probably going to go down to an MP9. Maybe a FAMAS if he wants to get a little bit more of a firepower upgrade. But this is where the Portuguese need to pounce. Close this game out 13-5, reset them straight away and get the job done.
And that round history graph as well. Very similar to how things started on the first half with the pistol in the second. And the answer back from GTZ. But will that answer back also include the follow-up? It went 9 rounds in a row. Again, they only need 4 rounds in a row to close out this, one of which has already been gained. You're right about the buy state as well for Jano, so this likely to be GTZ's second. Perfect position for the Portuguese squad. Springboard that into one more rifle victory, and it's job done on Nuke.
I'm very surprised they haven't bought here. At 5-10 down, you don't have the rounds to play with. I would have much preferred to have seen a high press on a force buy.
Well, they'll get the proper rifles out in the next one. With a key aim for them here. Linko leans forward first. The Deagle from range of Aerial doesn't get the kill shot he's looking for. Linko opens things up. His teammates right behind him. The 5-7 of YaLLa. Not going to hold on forever.
Rafax has got a good timing against Smiley. Does he clear the position all the way, though? Ooh, no, he doesn't.
There goes one kill back for Jano. M4 in the hands of Smiley. Molotov off position, though. They actually both land inside of the ladder hole, which allows him a potential chance to lead forward. Smoke missed as well. GTZ, come on. One goes too deep now, but the 5-7's going to force forward. Alex going to get picked up. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Expecting more presence out here. See if Henu can get one more exit frag, because there's no way this is going to come forward for Jano despite GTZ's mistakes. Does get at least the AK out, but he can't get into position to recover it, just to keep the M4 for the next round. GTZ will have number 11. Let's hope we don't see any more of those mistakes, because they only have 2 more rounds to go here. Keep that clean, keep that respectable, and all will be well in the world.
I'm sure the Portuguese are going to look at this year and know that Nuke's going to be a weakened map. I'm kind of looking at their map pool with the players that they've got, and I know Ancient is a strong suit. I know Inferno has been quite good for them. And then Dust 2, while on HLTV it's been a struggle, it is a map that they do enjoy playing, same as Mirage. So you're always going to have those weaker end maps in the pool. You know that Train is their Instaban, so you expect Nuke to be one of the weaker maps. But they are a few rounds away from getting the job done, and getting it done in one-sided fashion. Jano have won just a single gun round in this entire map pack.
GTZ. Ready to execute against the rifle players, and better be ready to receive on Jano, and they need to receive well. One misstep here could throw the whole map down the toilet. And again, it's Jano's map pick. That's the last thing they want.
They're starting to walk on the outside on a regroup. Linko doing some top site nades with that molly out to Hunt. No smokes for the cross, so it's going to be dry. Aerial backing off, jump spotting, still hasn't seen anything. Finally, the Diag comes out, and it's going to be taken heavily. Late lurk in lobby, but 4 players in the bomb towards outside.
Will spray through from Aerial, catches Snappy whilst completely blinded. damage onto MS as well. So YaLLa with a positive start here. Flashbang's going to set themselves towards outside, get towards Secret. That is the target, and Alu lies in wait.
Still one light lurk in lobby to try and cut rotations of the A-site players, but Alu is in strong to get one and just try and post.
Second kill comes up against MS as well. YaLLa finding no PJ. And Linko down to Alu's triple sequence. The lower corridors are not available to you today, GTZ. YaLLa with number 6 on their board, finally able to put a mother spanner in the works of GTZ, but they have to catch up by 5 rounds. And there's a buy available for the teams that they want it.
And that was great intuition from Aerial. The jump spot from him at the back of credit spotted the outside players when he broke the smoke. So all about timing on where you saw them and when to start spamming. Get a first kill through the smoke and then the second player down to red HP. That just sets Alu up for the round. GTZ will go in for the reinvestment and Alu's going to start outside waiting for the silo pick.
Well, utility thrown early here by the T side. Counter Molotovs are right there from the CT forces. Flashing ahead of the smoke here. It's Squeaky. Henu allowed a kill. Trades good from no PJ. Even stance still. YaLLa still holding at the edge of the hot entrance. Smokes in away from Linko's exit. What the hell is that spray? That throws it all sorts of off. And Aerial can't tap onto the win either. GTZ have bust open the A bomb site. They back off for it. The bomb will start to rotate away because they know that they pulled attention. And no PJ's downstairs clearing out all of the B bomb sites.
Both of the CTs are going to group together and go in from ramp on the retake. Now, you've got some decent util, but Rafax is in such an off angle. You will not expect him to be here.
I'm going to hear these footsteps. They're not going to drop down. They're not going to check the box either. This is wonderful stuff. When does he start looking right about now? Deagle missing again. Looks back in with the next man. Smiley's taken down. Snappy as well, and they will overwhelm the pistol player. This was a perfect setup for GTZ, but now it all rests onto no PJ. AK in hand. The fuse kits are up, smokes involved, sees the player, and the second. The fuse being held, flashbang forward, needs to fight first, needs to get the diffuser right now! He's just claimed him just in time, and now forcing Alu into a directive fight, which he won't be able to win, but I think he stalled for enough time here. The kit's picked up, but Alu cannot find the bomb. GTZ will barely claim map points.
Well, that is easily the worst round of CS I've seen in 2025. Bloody hell, what is going on? Man. The whiffs on upper, and then the whiff at the back of ramp, and then Alu to pick up the kit and can't find the bomb. I mean, it's just not even funny. That's just terrible. They're just poor CS overall.
Is that a giggle I hear in your voice, though, Dwayne? It sounds pretty funny to you.
It's a giggle on how bad it is. Jeez, this is meant to be Compass, lads.
You'll get no quarter from the Aussie on this day. 6 map points for GTZ to close. Jano weakened by with the SMG and the FAMAS. But GTZ have been the better team so far, so I'm not too surprised that this has gone the way that it has gone. I definitely believed at the start that Jano would hold more presence on this map, but clearly weren't quite ready for the Portuguese today.
Yeah, Snappy on outside, just putting more pressure up against Alu. Seems as if it's going to be a ramp take, and Alu might just sit in the flames, wait for the contact. He's going to burn quite a bit and go down to about half HP because...
Weakened man of the Jano side.
Just almost no util left for the CTs to defend against any kind of top site take.
SMG sat to receive, baited AWP shot from Alu, now repositions. GTZ do not take her out for it though. They start backing away instead.
They want to take ramp, they want to go away from the AWP.
Mine's gonna hear it. No PJ, loses his life, quickly turned back by Linko. Still got Snappy down here at secret entrance. Henry's going to get caught. The two players have dived down the vent. However, we're going to have to turn their attention towards the man, and they counteract the rotation back upstairs, back in towards the A site. Linko loses his life. 3-on-3. Snappy is low, and the bomb carrier stalled, but Rafax and MS can get those kills in. It's all aerial now. Two very low HP players in two very different positions can isolate those fights, but the headshot comes in immediately from Snappy, and that is map 1 done. At 13-6, GTZ will have Nuke.
Well, it's a positive beginning for the Portuguese because they probably felt that they could have deserved more in their series against Unity last week. They had an extremely close Anubis that went all rounds in regulation, and then it was only Ancient that was a bit of a whitewash. If they at least could have taken a map in the series, they could have pressed it towards 3 and given us a bit more. for a team that's been losing as much as they have, and with the one-sided scorelines, this feels like a good result. This feels like a positive change that you can get on the board on a map that's very unfavorable for you and come away with a 13-6.
Yeah, again, just to re-emphasize what we said at the start of this series, is that this is not a map that GTZ or even Rhino before them were any good at. We're talking 13-5s, 13-1s, 13-6s in losses against their nature. The only one that they won was against the Chilean team at IESF. Like, that's been their entire thing for the last 6 months or so. That's been their whole Nuke basis. And the fact they walk away with this good of a map against a team that are also this good or should be this good on this map, like, that's a huge result for them. Wasn't the cleanest results, obviously, but it's a very positive start in terms of this best of 3.
Indeed it is, and for Jano, maybe we need to start shifting perspectives on how strong this team can realistically be. I mean, if they're losing to Ents Academy with Miltsy and Teamy, if they're losing to Hemo out of all teams, which is Arvid and Upi, and then the new Havu team that's got Uli and Puha, maybe they're not the top dogs anymore. Maybe they're just not even in the conversation to be one of the best Finnish teams.
Yeah, and obviously considering the fact that Elisa Open is going to be their next key point to earn VRS ranking points, it's like, okay, well, that suddenly puts you in a very, very bad light if you are a Jano side, and very bad light as well in terms of this matchup and how they stand. Again, Nuke was their own map pick. We're heading towards Ancient next, where this could be GTZ's time to take control. They look very flat on the Jano side. I don't know if they're going to have much to offer in our second map, but we'll find out exactly how much they will do after this very short break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Now, despite the map losing streak from GTZ, they're still able to pick up Nuke to start off this best of 3 series. Very disappointing from Jano in a map that even Nudweg said was supposed to be a very good finish map, not to be on this case. Ancient is up next. And it's kind of funny as well how strikingly similar the map records are, just in reverse. In the same way that GT said had a map losing streak on Nuke, it's a map losing streak from Jano here on Ancient. And I don't know if that's an indication of things to come, perhaps, whether in one direction or the other, whether we'll continue with the patterns of streaks being broken, or whether Jano just looked far too flat to really prove much here on this Ancient.
Well, I'll take you back to a different time a few years ago back in CSGO, where in best of ones and open qualifiers, we used to legitimately say with the economy back then that if you win both pistols, you can just win the game. Now, in MR12, it's even more of the case, right? That you've got less rounds to play, there's more impact of it, and we saw Jano winning both pistols and both anti-ecos and not even coming close to competing. They were just awful on the gun rounds. So moving into Ancient, I've lost complete faith. Jano struggle on this map. The last time they took double digits on Ancient was 4 months ago. The last time that they won it was all the way back in, the 6th of October last year against Hemo. That was a local Finnish team that went all the way to overtime. This is a rough map for Jano.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you just look at what we've seen so far, and even just on that basis alone, you can't really look at much of Jano's potential and say that there's potential there in the first place. So I have to concur with what you say. I have to sort of look at that and consider that as being one of the key aspects of their own position in terms of this series, forgetting the fact that it's a map losing streak, forgetting the fact that this isn't the best of position for them to be in, and even just on a basic level of losing your own map pick, right? Like you say, you lose your own map pick, now suddenly chance for a 2-0 is opened up, and with the way that they were playing on Nuke, I have to sort of say that as a very key thing. I expected more out of that T side, not too much more, but I expected them to at least apply some competitiveness. It wasn't competitive at all.
And maybe this is going to be the struggles to only continue without a real in-game leader. Now, there's not going to be many in-game leaders available. You even take a look at Ents Academy, they've got a North Macedonian player to be doing the calling for what is a Finnish lineup that's gone slightly international. So if they can't even get a Finnish IGL, then what hope does Jano have after getting rid of Airax? Now, probably was the right decision. I mean, I say probably, it 100% was. His individual struggles were just immense. I saw that in the game versus Monty, just numbers just not being posted. He was averaging a 0.72 rating. There's no surprise why he was kicked. The problem now is, how do the team try and build off the back of it? Maybe Henu picks up the in-game leadership for a few tournaments. If it doesn't work, then maybe it goes to YaLLa. I know YaLLa's led in the past, so perhaps there's a little bit of shared leadership qualities, but it is tough from Jano, and I think they're going to struggle in a lot of series to continue.
I'm trying to think about YaLLa's professional record as an IGL, though. I don't remember it being all that great, if memory serves me correctly. It doesn't feel like there's many options within the roster that will sort of bring them out of the tactical hell that they seem to be in, because you said it in the first map, felt very two-dimensional from the Jano side. I think that they will need like a more permanent IGL at some stage. Whether that stage is anytime soon, I don't know. It certainly won't be during this matchup. They have to stick with Henu in terms of taking over the captaincy role. So that doesn't give me a lot of hope for how Ancient's going to go down, and it's just compounding all these things on top of each other to look at and say, right, well Jano probably going to lose this series now in 2 maps. It feels that to be the case. Are there any angles that they can work to try and get some positivity out of map 2 here?
It's going to be tough. I guess Ancient can at times be a little bit more solo. On the CT side, you can make aggressive moves, you can try and catch some good timing, so it might give a little bit more freedom to some of the individual players to be more involved. I think Smiley was having a tough time as the ramp anchor. I thought Henu was not delivering much individually. Alu didn't have the AWP in many rounds. Aerial was trying his best in some of those star roles to create something, but it just wasn't consistent. So for Jano, they are going to have a tough time. I think they'll probably perform better on Ancient than they did on Nuke, but even that, it's not saying a huge amount of faith when it comes to winning this map and sending it to a third.
Yeah, saying you performed better is a simple case of just getting at least one more round, and there you go, you performed better. And honestly, it wouldn't be too shocking if that was kind of similar of a case for in terms of Jano's improvements. For GTZ, though, their position right now is set towards a 2-0 series. It might have looked like a very scrappy affair over on that Nuke, but they did more than enough to capitalize, get a nice early advantage over the Jano squad, including with that pistol loss in mind, and look like better on the numbers basis, look better in terms of their confidence. So they may well look much more better here on the second map of the series. It is their pick. They'll be on the T side start, then immediately into the B bomb side.
They're going very quick. Single smoke and a single molly.
2-1-2 split as well for the Jano defensive, so this one man back towards Long's going to have a hard time dealing with it. Eventually will get one down, but the USPs are still getting collateral headshots in. YaLLa might have fallen, Aerial still on the site. Finally, he gets run back, and now backup has arrived. In Smiley towards Long, found by Linko, needs to win this fight on Alu. It's not going to happen. Jano pick up the pistol again.
They just struggled to trade out Aerial. He was being a real threat when it came from repositioning out from Cave, trying to get into the open. Even the contact to Long, it took a while to get the kill, and that probably only bodes better for Aerial, that gives him more time to get set up for damage. And the Portuguese were able to open up the bomb side, but couldn't get the bomb down. So they'll treat round number 2 as a light and deco, focus up on the rifles come the next.
SMG's on 5. And I have a chance to really farm the cash and get the money flowing for this CT basis. And again, not too out of the woods to see them in this pistol win position. Of course, they've won all 3 pistols in this series so far. The follow-up ecos have always been there for them as well. It was in the third rounds of each half where GTZ were really applying pressure. And as well as that, they're going to have no pressure on the A defensive, so they get out a free bomb plant, basically. Funko will drop first up towards Elbow. You've got backup players coming in from the Donut as well. Eyes set towards that back of the A bomb site here. Shouldn't see too much more from GTZ. They have lost a couple of players now, and finally SMGs will clean house. Rafax 1v4. He's not having anything in this round.
None at all. Jano gave away a plant, but not an issue. Cash injection is always nice for a T side, but at least it doesn't get awkward. We saw, within the first 5 to 6 rounds on Nuke, that those low investment ecos were doing incredible damage, something that shouldn't be happening. So give the respect, go in for the retake, and I guess from a T-side point of view, I want to see what Snappy's going to call around himself. He's one of those players, likes to get in lane, likes to get into the star positions, takes a lot of contact. So it might depend on how many kills he's managing in that shelf and early cheater position. This is a fast CT smoke being lined up from Snappy, so maybe just try to fake them of an over-rotation towards A.
Shot missed to the AWP. Smiley's pushed forward here on Jano. Counter flashed. Are they ready for him? No, they're not. MS picked up. Rafax very fast to trade it, so they don't maintain that man advantage here. Utility down on the B-bomb site, meanwhile, where the majority of GTZ players are. Stop them from the execution.
Well, it was a good timing of that re-smoke, because they were going to try and walk contact into B. And Snappy is up against CTs. They're looking to try and retake Cave, go slightly more aggressive. This means that no one is on the B side directly.
Nades and flashes sent over towards ramp. They've got still players over at lane. One in cheater now inserted. Henu's SMG going to watch that entrance. He snuck away at the wrong moment. Heard them crossing. The timing couldn't be worse for him. Awkward spray from Snappy. YaLLa's going to pick up that trade 3-on-3. The bomb plant is secured. Next fight to engage over at Donut, it seems. SMG versus no PJ, but no PJ ducks underneath the crosshair. That's the advantage back for GTZ. Jano cannot find a pick trade. Alu's AWP gets nothing at Temple, and YaLLa can't win this clutch.
A lot of movability in that round from the T side. Pressure the A fake to go in early. Look to try and walk up B. Get cancelled because of that smoke. And then they've got one lurker still in A main that's pressing on the entrance. They come in from Donut and they hold nicely in the post plant. Good cutting of the rotations from No PJ against the mid player. And you look at the trap record and go, geez, 7 ancient losses in a row from Jano. Where are any of the positives? Well, one of them may come back from the 4th of September in a CCT tournament where Jano was able to beat Rhino. Now, that's up to a couple of the players of both Snappy and NoPJ that were playing there at the time. If they've been able to beat them once, then they can do it again, but they need to take their chances correctly. They can't afford to slack on the gun rounds like they did on map number 1.
Just like how it started on map 1, it will be the case on map 2. Pistol conversion for Jano, rifle win for GTZ. We'll see rifles return from the Jano side, of course. 1 AK held for YaLLa, M4s for everybody else. The AWPs in for Rafax over on the GTZ's part of things. Into Elbow, they'll lean, and well, quickly these two players from Shelf and Elbow will get these kills out against the CT forces. Alu is wiped off the face of the earth. The advantage sits truly for GTZ, the man up, and now the B bomb site taken cleanly.
Well, they might as well search to see if they can get a kill. If YaLLa can get one in quickly from short or long, then they might as well go for this retake.
He charges through that Molotov, hoping he can see a player back of wood. Nobody's there, though. The bomb plant secured at default. They know that, but they can't quite find the wallbang angle against the man. And 2 other CTs. The next big concern. Aerial had a bit of a moment. Triple found. Quadra on the table. NoPJ needs a 1v2 clutch. They're both tagged. YaLLa on the bomb, tapping it. Not holding it. NoPJ makes some noise. Aerial forced to fight, and he wins it. And oh, a quadra from this man has saved Jano on this retake.
GTZ are in a very defensive post plant in the man up, and when you've got a single player on the totem, you've got 1 in cave and 1 at ramp, it should be a contact maneuver that as soon as a CT starts firing, that's when you can swing and trade off of each other. Somehow and some way, Aerial's made 2 kills before being dropped, and then that makes it very uncomfortable for NoPJ. You don't know if the bomb's being stuck all the way. You get drawn out in the open. He tries his best, but it's not good enough. Snappy's going to be fuming at that one, because that basically should have been a done deal.
Instead, Jano are throwing a massive spanner into the works. Aerial is throwing a massive spanner into the works for that matter. Now limitations start to apply for GTZ. Mac 10 is available to them. The AKs look to try and fight towards B site anyway. Get that kill on YaLLa and immediately take the site in the bomb plant here. Mac 10 seeing players crossing. 1 man also known towards Cave. Fight from MS wins against Henu. Aerial can take only 1 player before NoPJ takes him. That's a much better follow-up from GTZ. A response towards Jano as the last 2 players in play have got to back away.
And that B anchor just fell way too quickly. Anytime there's ramp pressure, whether that be it or a quicker play into a pop or a rush, you need to be constantly applying damage, whether that be from utility usage of a HE or an incendiary, or even spam. What we found in that round is that Aerial's quite aggressive into Cheetah, okay? So once that B player falls, Aerial can't do much. It's going to take him ages to get back out to the cave position. Bomb site collapse, and maybe B is going to be the constant target. Aerial right now has put himself in a state where you've stepped up, you've had a big round, and you've been reset. Straight away, the money is just awful. Yeah, you save an AWP and an M4, but double eco for everyone. This has got to be a force. Everyone's got to buy here.
We'll see the best that they can offer, but what they have is not much. SMG and 5.7 plus 1 M4 also added to the tally. Rafax is AWP ready for first pick. Scopes in, sees nothing. Now he's seen one. HE lands a little bit far wide of that long play, and they know that that AWP is also in play.
And trying to go for that ramp contact again. Aerial with a flash, but still gets doved in. Good work from the youngster, and NoPJ is just distracting. Watch out for mid and towards Donor.
Snappy's leaning. Rafax's AWP can connect on the kill. Snappy finds Alu. I think he's aware of Henu. I think he might have made noise there in that smoke. Either way, GTZ are in full control of this round. Henu's got to win a 1 versus 4. So this round is off the board.
I really hope that Henu picking up the captaincy doesn't destroy his career. This was a player that got a chance of standing in for the main end side and performed quite well on LAN. He was an exciting prospect from the academy team. He's come over to Jano to work with some experienced names, and he's been here a little while, maybe a little bit too long, and there's just not really been any offers anywhere else. I'm now kind of looking at what might happen if his stats start to tumble, if he then isn't a player that can step up in big matches. Do you just get sold to basically the low end of tier 2, which a lot of players can get sold into?
Wouldn't be the first time it's happened, and I don't doubt it would be the last if it does.
Look at Zori. Remember how good he was in what, 2019, 2020? One of the best AWPers we had in tier 2. Look at Elian. Another player in Tropic. Incredible to the top end. Sometimes you drop and you never come back.
There's no coming back from the eco here for Jano. GTZ now have the lead, and the CTs will have to buy. Do not want to let another streak go the way of the Portuguese side. Another 9-3 half would be very disastrous towards Jano's campaign here. Once again, we're looking at the situation and thinking that if there's one half that Jano are going to have any chance to contest on, it has to be on the CT side. Initial lean of the contact towards the A-bomb site seems to come down with smokes. MS is going to lead them into the play, and there's no defensive again for the Jano side, at least not directly. They'll start rotating away from those mid-fights. The bomb carrier just got seen, though, so that might throw things off a little bit. They've taken presence on A, so GTZ will start the full rotation from the main core force. Can this elbow player cut them off?
We shouldn't get aggressive out from elbow, but what they need to do is start shifting into donut. It's going to be tough for the Portuguese to maintain A. While they've got the bomb side at the moment, it's going to take ages for the bomb and co to come into A main and start regrouping.
They're not being challenged by Jano here, so they're not trying to take back the A-bomb side. They're just going to wait and leave them the respect. The mid control is where the real fights are coming in from. Molotov sent out towards them, thinking and setting on the fact that they've still got a default set in play, and Orp still watching from Donut, so they haven't got access. Alu going to fight towards that man. Now the smoke start coming in for the main players to start crossing. Meanwhile, GTZ have made their way all the way up towards Temple, so out from main, they'll look to go staggered a little bit, but that's fine. Bomb goes down safe.
Keep an eye on that late lurk in elbow, because that could do a lot of damage. Flashbang
sent. Smoke tries to come back and block out Henu for the time being. He can't quite spot out a kill at this juncture here. GTZ backed up into the back lines.
Just trying to see if they can hold off to the bomb site as long as possible. Jano have almost no util to get themselves into this retake, so it's going to be a tough one from them.
Set back into the back lines. You're hearing those scopes. They're trying to find an angle as Rafax. No one is near them here. Jano have opted for the very quick save. GTZ will be able to take number 5 on their board. Jano starting to lose some ground now.
Another round to add to the streak. Linko fast out from elbow, but only by himself. 3 defenders from the CT line, and Alu gets that first spam kill. It's a fast, accelerated move into the A-bomb site, but the bomb is a little bit further behind. Smiley trying to reposition, catch eyes on that player getting out towards a big box. The CTs are trying to get into position quickly.
And Smoke's down at Donut. Again, blocking off access for Jano, and the no smoke down at CT allows Smiley a quick peek in, a secondary as well under Snappy. 5-on-2 established.
Smiley just trying to drop as much of that util as possible, and the backstab from Henu out from elbow capitalizes on it straight away. So it might have just been that opening challenge that didn't quite up for the first kill. You're right about the gap towards CT. Without the lack of nades, someone needed to be posted for the duel. Someone needed to be wide enough from either the tree sightline or out there from big box to defend against the carrier. And it's that first kill, Linko, that tried to accelerate out, and Smiley just has a field day. That's an easy couple of kills.
Backlines locked. GTZ have had their gap closed a little bit, but will it maintain? Will it extend? Jano Found a path back into this matchup, but it's still going to take some effort. Money's still pretty decent for the T-side line, so it's going to take more than just a single round worth of wins. Have gained quite the firepower out of that previous one, though. 3 AKs available to the CT side.
This is where Jano want to try and go undefeated. Another A-Walk contact, though, and it's Smiley deep at CT that gets dropped. Henu's been seen on the jiggle out from Big Box, and he is stuck now.
Flashed off. MS gets another kill out of the round. Taps are brilliant. Sprays are better, and the round is already a loss to Jano. GTZ wasting no time whatsoever, getting right back in control of this situation.
Well, they've started to realise that A is weak. I know that we've had some okay defences from Jano towards A, but notice how we're just not getting B lanes. And perhaps it's recognising that Aerial's a threat, that he's a strong player in that cave and cheater position. If we can put more emphasis against the weak A players, you've got Henu who's Donut, who's basically just getting farmed, and then you've got Smiley, who's the A-site anchor as the stand-in. If you're the Portuguese, you're looking at it and you're thinking, right, well, where's the weak points? Well, it's going to be A. And that's why we've seen so many variations. The quicker A, the lurk out into Donut. It's been end A consistently, and they've been rewarded from a scoreline point of view.
GTZ hit minimums. Got 2 more rounds to go in the half. 8-4 is their best case. 6-all is the best that Jano can do. And with the way that GTZ have responded to everything that the Finnish side has thrown at them, you can imagine that it's likely the former rather than the latter. Snappy straight into mid. Seeing nothing of the CT line. They're playing behind these smokes. Aerial's timing with the blind spray on Linko is going to get nothing out of that. Yellow's also made his way forward. It's that one player at window that might become a concern right now for the CT side. Noise being made outside of the B door, but it's an engagement around this corner that the CTs will not take. Meanwhile, in red, Smiley does find a nap in Snappy and takes the opening advantage for Jano.
I might not expect a double player to be in from Red Room. He's pre-aiming it at the moment, but it's about timing. MS probably needs a bit more distraction. Maybe some of the B players to be more active towards lane.
Dry peeking into it and still wins the fight on Smiley. That might throw another opportunity available for the C side. Aerial takes that advantage right back, though. As Linko is removed, AK's pressing on towards Donut, however. No PJ finding Henu diving out of the way. The bomb's still outside of the B doorway, though. The smokes involved are going to stall for time as they've rotated entirely away from position. This challenge towards CT may allow the backup towards that B bomb site. I think the bomb carrier just got spotted. Aerial flashbang his way in towards Donut. No PJ has evaded contact for the time being. The bomb just about goes down, but he needs that backup desperately. No PJ wins the fight elsewhere. AWP finds the fight, and in from red, MS can find his kill. Rafak with the last of the round, and GTZ have gained the half.
That looked quite composed. That was an uncomfortable round because you're right. They've taken A. They've got really good space, but the bomb's just so far away. It doesn't have the room, and it doesn't have the time to go all the way back in spawn and go out to A, man. It's going to take too long, and you're not quite sure where the contacts are going to come from. So you slow the round down, you bait in the over-rotation. Yeah, it's a little bit worrying that the bomb's going up B completely solo, but everyone delivers the shots that are required. Rafax deals with the cave player, and everyone else is cutting.
Nade set, HG's dishing damage, but the AKs will get in the kill out here for round 12. Fast in from GTZ, a lot of damage done towards Linko. The M4 of YaLLa can provide support to Henu, who finds no PJ at ramp. So the 4-on-4 gives a HP advantage, quite significant one of that, to Jano at the moment here. B-site not taken as cleanly.
This is where it becomes stalled, but it has to be a double pump into B. With cave being taken as deep as it is, and with the bomb still out to ramp, and they've got time, and YaLLa is hoping that when that smoke clears that he can take first contact.
Henu creeping down, AWP is ready. Shot rings out and connects. Advantage thrown away by Jano. Now here comes MS, dealt with. YaLLa isolating a second fight, but Snappy comes away with the win this time. 3-on-2 situation with low HP for 2 players on GTZ. Jano then moves in. Snappy needs to win a headshot, and he gets it as well. Second player known about. And he finds the double up nice and effective, even at 7 points of health, a triple in the end of that round. 8-4 at the turn for GTZ.
Just disappointing from Jano. They won pistol and pretty much did nothing with it. They weren't able to keep themselves as a threat. The only gun rounds that was won was, what, Aerial's 4K on B? and then Smiley's 2K and CT where there's no smoke and no one covering. So you'd have to say either a miraculous individual moment or a fumble and a rookie mistake from an opposition are the only gun rounds that got one from Jano. That's just not good enough. It might be okay at an ESEA intermediate level, but when you're coming up here on HLTV and you're going up against a side like GTZ who's playing in CCT, playing Advanced, playing here in Compass, you need to deliver a whole lot more.
Discovering why they're an intermediate team. We're discovering why they are 120th in the world on VRS. And descending as well.
Well, they've played, what, 7 best-of-3s on HLTV in the last 3 months. They've won 2, they've lost 5. The only teams that they beat is Artists, Alaska, and the Fluffy Gangsters and CCT. They've lost to Alaska on a rematch. They lost to Monty, Rebels, BC Game, and 9.
Not been great. Jano are about to concede to GTZ. It feels like CT side second half going up and available. We've seen Jano win multiple pistol rounds. All 3 have so far gone their direction. Now Snappy's getting a ton of information. That bomb's not towards that B bomb site though. Smiley's going to get caught on the backstab, so there comes the kill. The Julie's engaging against Henu, but now they see what's really going on. The bomb out centralized towards the A bomb site. The plant will certainly be secured. And as YaLLa gets a kill back, it might throw distraction and might keep them away from the rotations. Finally, he'll go falling, so GTZ can focus on the retake.
Rafax needs to be the bait. Get those Julies in first and make sure that he's being traded by a teammate. Snappy's hoping for some aggression, and they're trying to time stall out this retake. 3 from CT and 1 from Donut.
They're leaning in towards mid, though. Ariel lands the headshot. Thank God he did. A kill on Snappy may have thrown things off kilter entirely. 3v3 now. Onto the bomb site they are. Onto the bomb they look to hold down the whole defuse with the whole kit as well. Brilliant protection. They can't face him. Jano can't get a kill against the man. And as the kills come back at the T side, they've been a little bit late to the marker. Pistol win for GTZ. They're first in this best of 3.
I'll actually give him a bit of a pass on that one, Jay. It's very rare that you see a kit being invested on CT pistols. So in that moment, it's a 3v3. You're trying to time stall. You've got a flanker coming in from elbow to A main. You've got a player in temple and 1 to come in from donut. You're a bit isolated and you just can't fight straight away. So if there's no kit in play, there's just no way that GTZ are going to win that round.
But there was, so they did. And Jano now have to deal with that. Be rebuying into the second. The bomb plant bonus will enable the AKs and the Galils to come in early. Only between 3 players of those rifles. More AKs than Galils to their credit. Oh, shots on against Rafax as well. Going to dish out the opening blow. They line up for a blind Snappy. Henu and YaLLa can trade it back. 3-on-2 established. Now all the rifles are gone for GTZ. It's 2 MP9s to retake.
Disappointing for MS to get nothing there. You expect after his teammate falls in donut that he might get 1, maybe 2. He just gets nothing as he starts swinging out into the open.
I wonder if it was flash blinded there. I didn't quite see it all the way. Didn't stop Snappy from the lineup, but I've affected the follow-up right there. Either way, it doesn't seem like GTZ are going to go in for an aggressive take of the site. They don't have kits in play this time. And so this end result, we'll see Jano taking the counter steal. Doing unto GTZ what GTZ were doing to them basically for the entire series thus far.
This could still get very expensive, though.
D for 1, and for 2, and for 3. No man stays alive for the Jano side, so even when losing, GTZ take as much silver lining as they can get.
And NoPJ can drop an M4 here. This looks promising for a force buyback. Yeah, you're going to be limited in the weaponry in comparison to the opposition, but this is still a round that you can work for extreme damage.
You just absolutely decimated Jano's economy at this stage. Lost bonus being knocked back to singles. Everyone having to reinvest, so they have to continue to get out SMGs at this early stage of the half. GTZ to find a reset here and set themselves up for 11 at least. One more likely 12 on the map and match point. YaLLa's going in quick here. Mat 10 against the smoke. Flashbang trying to keep NoPJ blinded, but he stabilizes his spray against 2 players. Smiley can get 1, but NoPJ's gifted a triple. Linko fall next towards Henu, who finally gets him down towards this wood position. 2 versus 2 is established. But Jano are spread out and they're siphoned off by smokes between them and the CT bases. It's a pistol and an SMG. GTZ hold on to the kill against Henu, and the defensive line continues to hold its nerve. Jano leave it all on Smiley. 61 HP being charged down by the CT forces, but he can't get another kill out of the round, and GTZ have found the steal they're looking for.
A fair play to NoPJ. Not only has he got the kill bonus of the MP9 in that previous round to drop a rifle, but he's been the one to deliver out there in the cubby. Now, this is the most experienced player that GTZ have. He's got over 600 maps played on HLTV. A lot of people will be reminded of his time on Giants, played on Offset, played with a lot of the guys that were on Saw now of Muteris and Roman. A player that has been involved in the local scene for a very long time, considering his age only being 23. But that one unchecked position and overall triple just cut YaLLa completely. There was no return. There was no way back after that.
His first Liquipedia appearance coming in when he was 15 years old, NoPJ.
Jeez.
2017 with Panthers Stars. As you mentioned, the most experienced, even with that in mind. 8 long years to get to this point, and for GTZ, it's paying off in troves against YaLLa. With a buy state for the T's. Again, economy completely and utterly broken. Aerial's lining up smokes to go towards this A-bomb site. Fast execution, rush tactics out. The flashbang catching Snappy completely well blinded off, so at least that donut entrance has been well marked here by the YaLLa side. The AK of MS gets involved with 2 fantastic sprays. Enough vision to catch Henu and adjust towards Aerial. Drops that bomb for the time being. And even blind from beyond that, pre-aiming the angles in which that plant could come down. They fend it off for a moment. It does get planted in the end. But it's Tech 9s and a Mac 10 to fend off the rifles.
The T's want to get aggressive. They need to try and find a kill somewhere.
Can't quite get it on NoPJ. Walk forward to GTZ, spotting players as well, getting them back out towards Temple, smoke out towards main to ensure they can't make the move. Alu's on the flank, they hear that. NoPJ ready for the swing, the Shadow's been seen, the Tech 9 takes him down, but trades are good for the CT forces. MS to get Alu, and the Tech 9 is Smiley to fend off against 2. He's got the knife in the smoke, he gets it against the diffuser as well. The Ninja won't work this time, GTZ, as Jano hold on for dear lives.
And that got very uneasy. I didn't quite like the chaotic nature of that retake of dealing with Alu in the back. They had a lot more time to play with than what was kind of seen. They tried to rush it down. They tried to take fights straight away. They're trying to get players onto the bomb. Just needed to relax a little bit. I mean, MS is just not in a trading position at all. Both of those CTs needed to fight Alu together. They do that and it's a done deal. The round's over.
Jano trying to hold on. Again, a force buy will come in from GTZ. It's done so much damage to the CT side bases. Look at a Mac 10 from YaLLa. Straight out and into the open. Not quite able to get the kill on Snappy, though. Pistol player. The automatics are on the other 4 members. 3 SMGs. The AK for Rafax. Held in from the previous round, of course. Couldn't afford a rifle without that.
Well, it started as an A gamble, and because they haven't taken an early contact in Donut or A main, they're going to start shifting the gamble stack back to B.
A lot of noise made there in mid, and of course the B halls, the B corridors, the B lane access established by both GTZ and Jano. Linko's ready to cut them off from the cave entrance. YaLLa is also sat behind the wall. A minute on the clock as the smoke start coming in. Execution looks set. Incendiary tries to block them. Linko loses that fight. That gives YaLLa a key chance. Flash blinded. Henu gets nothing, but Aerial is able to assist there with that kill. 5-on-3 established. Rafax can get nothing from beyond this smoke. The blind fire goes all over the place. It does not get to the T side, and GTZ start considering the fallout here. Damage on 2 players. All 3 are tagged, but Snappy and NoPJ especially start backing off to hold their weapons, hold their armor, and concede this one back to Jano, who are trying to establish some more here in the series.
Well, that flash was perfect, except it was too late. It was well positioned, but needed to come a second or 2 earlier. As soon as that contact comes through from Linko, where he puts the incendiary down against the cheetah players, that's when the flash needs to pop, where you can wide swing into ramp. And when that flash comes in, you've already got T-side players at the top of it. Jano may have run into the gamble stack, but they deal with Linko and MS, and it just forces the save. Now, we might have a little bit of a competitive second half here. I know that Jano have struggled in the gun v gun rounds, but I'm looking at the scoreline being quite tight, looking at the economy being awkward, and I'm getting the feeling that we might have a game on here.
It does feel like it. Still got a couple of eco pistols. A 5-7, of course, held over from Snappy. The tactical timeout called in by GTZ. Their second one has been used in this map. Jano trailing behind by 3. Imagine that gap would close to 2 as well with the basis of the buy that GTZ have available to them. Focus on the rifles in the next round.
There hasn't been many HLTV best of 3 victories for this Portuguese side since forming up in the new year, but the ones that have come in, and against some pretty good caliber teams of both Ecstatic and Fireflux, have come with extremely close and competitive scorelines. Map number 3's being 13-11 and an overtime of a 19-16. So it makes me wonder, do we need a down-to-the-wire performance to close out a best of 3s? That's what's required to be able to get this 2-0 victory today. Maybe a 13-11 or even an OT.
Well, they still hold the lead, so chances are still very much in their favour, especially as Jano will need to win a rifle in the next to try and control the situation. They will do well in terms of finding the first frag on MS. Snappy's 5-7, close around the corner here at Tree. Smiling at Alu. 4 in the fight, and eventually will fall. So that's the A site open for business. Bomb should commit soon enough. We'll see whether or not these SMGs can actually get the hunt in. The MAC-10 does find a kill from YaLLa. Linko turns it back, as well as that the MP9 and OPJ can take one more out of the fold. The AK that stays in a Galil also picked up. Not an AK per se, but positions give him a little bit of bonus firepower into the next round.
The upgraded weapons just help stabilize the CT economy. It means that money is not going to be overspent with going into 5 rifles come the next. Jano. I'd like to see what their default is going to be made of. I feel at the moment, because it's been low investments rounds, we've seen quite a lot of execs, we've seen maybe a bit more pace. I want to get the vibe of what Henny's going to call when the round starts really running the clock. Working lane, working elbow. How they're going to go up against the space-taking CT aggression. And the Portuguese know that this game is nearly wrapped up, but they need to get that finishing blow in. And this is at least a bit of a helping hand. Now, because NoPJ has got armor, he could drop an AWP. Haven't seen much AWPing from Rafax, but this could be the chance for him now.
He's 11 deep in this map. With that big green gun. The big old difference to GTZ shut down Jano. I've been doing well at shutting them down and following up upon these small round wins on the Finnish side. Being that one good round to break this potential comeback and deny any more on the T side line. GTZ. The defaults they'll go. Henu's hunting for an opening pick. Linko's again missed his mark. He'll fall back to position.
This is potentially where in the mid-round they need to make an insertion. Whether that's a ramp contact walk from a CT point of view. They're very defensive. No one in red room, 2 in donut, 1 falling back to be the A-site anchor to clear out main. Rafax don't often see AWPs being held in cave, but this could be the cheeky off angle that catches the first.
Henu's set. Shoulder bay actually does force Rafax to make that mistake, so the big green. Not a big kill right here, pinned in a corner. He's not going to try and take this chance to move out of the way. Henu still suspects he might be on the angle. He's right to assume so. HE's come in. That'll be damage done. Rafax having to dive into the corner to try and evade it. Eventually giving support so he can fall away and center up the bomb site.
That's a right decision to fall off there. MS needs to catch a good timing. He's on an off angle against the 2 red individuals of Alu and Aerial.
Is he aware that there's 2 red individuals though? Puts himself into the cubby corner as Rafax provides more direct support with the big green. That bomb's on its way towards the A site in the meantime, and those rotations could get cut off by these red presents. Less than 30 seconds for the hit. MS is looking for a kill. Aerial actually caught by Rafax first. Will they check for Alu? Yes, they will. They won't find him all the way, though. They don't see him in the corner. He waits and baits, and on the site, meanwhile, Snappy going to get a kill. Picked up by Henu out of donut. 13 seconds on the clock. The bomb is stalled out, but the backstab has perfectly placed itself for Alu. Another one that works. Can the Temple player deny the bomb plot? Can he deny the bomb plot? Yes, he can! Yes, he can! No PJ. Nopes out of the round for Jano, and GTZ can steal it.
Well, that's another one where I've got to give a pass to Jano. Alu's done everything right there. That's a good clearance of information from GTZ where they try and close out Red. They catch the first play of Aerial. They're trying to close all the way. They don't see him. They get bodies out, and he's done everything. He's got 2 kills. The only problem is there's only so many players on the bomb site. There's 2 teammates for him, and no one is holding out towards that Brokey position. No one is holding the entrance out to Temple. YaLLa tried his absolute best, and it still wasn't enough.
Spread thin on Jano's places. GTZ sneak away with an 11th. A rebuy will be secured by Jano. Exhausted as much of their savings as possible. Similar story for the CT side as well. They're slightly more limited on the buy-up. With the economies being where they are, however, around 20 could decide who takes this map. GTZ down a player, down by 2 now as the SMG can't hold on to the A defensive, and it feels like Jano have flipped roles. GTZ were turning back some confident round wins off the back of Jano's responsives. And now Jano do the same for their favor. No way of getting into the A-bomb site. The plant will be secured. It has to be a save for these 3 weapons. Shot down from Rafax will connect on YaLLa, at least take 1 player out of a trade, but there's more hunts coming from the T side.
Yeah, Henu's got to be careful to not just lose too much money from a T side perspective. They're going to go hunting. We'll see how many CTs actually survive. So many A-leans from both of these squads in the first half and the second half. B's almost not even been touched.
And they're taking names on the way out of the round here. Rafax, another AWP pick to him too in the post round. Unable to survive against Smiley though, finding a very tight headshot. And a second player as well, so these rifles falling out of favor for GTZ. Henu's also on the other side. B doors does get contested. No PJ can get that pick and a face against the AWP, and that cost him his life. No rifles saved. Money lopsided. $1,900 for MS. Is it worth it to invest?
Probably not. If you held on to 2, I'd say maybe. If you held on to 3, absolutely. Now that you got nothing, there's no point. Pure challenge out to Donut. MS is struggling with the trade, just getting overwhelmed by both Henu and Aerial. And this is where Jano, while they might be down in rounds, they're keeping it tight. They're keeping themselves to being a threat.
Half-bought pistols in for GTZ. You're right about that assessment. Incendiaries against them as Linko tries to force forward. They heard the tags from the 1 player. He's flash blind. He thinks he might be back in cave. I think he got caught on geometry. The frag comes in easy for the Jano side.
At least you got a B-site stack, but no armor, couple of upgraded pistols. You may be expecting 1 or 2 picks if they lean into B. And that was the move, though, to get Linko set up. You're right, completely blinded, just didn't even know where he was.
Amazing damage done. YaLLa forcing forward. Aerial credited with the kill. Double up on the AK. No PJ. No exits for him. Jano make light work of the pistol. Players go into the rifle round against GTZ. 1 more to catch up to the Portuguese lead. The M4s are brought forward. SMG still for a player. Rafax on the AWP as well. GTZ, it's go time. Do or die now.
Indeed it is. Now keep an eye on what it's going to be like in retaking scenarios, because there are a lack of kits here for the CTs. Henu, fast, aggressively into lane. 3 to start B early round. Could be a B pop.
From the flashes, here come the smokes. SMG for Linko. Be first port of call. Dealt with very quickly. Mac 10 from range finds another kill. M4 back towards long. A kill, a second. And trades from Smiley. Keep control. 3 on 2 for Jano now.
Linko's had a tough game. A tough best of 3 overall. He has just been getting owned out on this B bomb site at times with the more aggressive sight lines. There's 3 on B there. And it just hurts when the in-game leader gets nothing, Linko gets nothing, and no PJ is kind of saying, well, lads, I have to get 2 kills at long, and that's still not enough. I need more help there. I need a bit more of a stronger crossfire. I need to get more assistance if we want to fight against these quicker maneuvers.
You mentioned those new boys, Linko and MS, to this core. How they've struggled so much. Bottom players the board for Nuke, and right now Similar stances for this Ancient. It has been the other three players that have done the most work for GTZ. And Jano trying to exploit that. They found the weakness over on the B-bomb site. GTZ are only up to pistols once again. CZ's 5-7s. Half buy to buy back in the next. It may well mean that the overtime is on what is the objective for the GTZ camp. Minus a cheeky steal in the 23rd. Presses the 5-7 seeing that they've got no real map control here, Jano.
Jano just need to make sure they're not giving away an opening def, because that will allow an AK to get recovered. Linko to re-smoke off the doors, but not over-peek into bucket. Doesn't give Henu a chance to strike before that smoke goes down. Now keep an eye on the timer, because there's only so much util that the CTs can use to try and delay. Linko doesn't have another smoke. The rotation on B has one of Snappy, and that's it. And it's going to turn into a B gamble. They are all starting to shift.
Molly's to flush out the corner. YaLLa. Linko backed up. HE's against him. Will force him away from contact. They are running the clock pretty low. The emphasis is towards that B bomb site, though. The bomb's heading towards A.
Oh, they got smoked. It might have to be a cancel. Jano might have to go through this. This is going to get tough. This is actually going to quite chaotically make the comms.
Snappy's going to hide passive behind big box. Force forward. Kill gets found for an OPJ, but he realizes there's nobody else out here. The rotations start getting called in. Alu in a dangerous spot. Snappy checks it, gets a kill and damage, and backup comes in. They drop the bomb at the perfect moment. Aerial trying to recover. There's an AK in play for the CT side, and YaLLa's on a 1 versus 4. Oh, it's fallen to pieces for Jano. Took too long. GTZ sneak another one out from underneath the noses of the Finns at the worst possible moment as well. AK recovered, AWP held for free, and GTZ hit match points.
Excellent utility usage from Snappy, and notice how late he is to swing, because let's just consider this for a moment. Jano have got 2 players coming out from main. There's not a lot of time left on the clock, and there's a lot of positions to be clearing, so you can't clear them all. You've got to hope that no one's being tucked on that back left corner. You don't have the time or the resources to clear. What a steal. What a moment for the in-game leader.
Time against Jano. Pressure didn't know where to look. GTZ came in to support at the right moment, and Jano are once again pressured. Henu was heard. Linko hoping for a blind spray. Didn't connect on the man. Molotovs from Alu will try and drive him back. He's successful in that regard as the AK just slinks away.
YaLLa is trying to bait out the AWP on B, trying to see if they can get info on where he's playing from. The jump spot didn't see him. Rafax is playing a little bit of an off angle. Flash, and he's blinded. That now gives the info away that the AWP was playing on B.
Will it stay there, though? Ariel's leaning forward towards Ren. Is he going to tuck himself in the corner? It's been a bit of a common strategy for Jano's red players. It seems like that's going to be the case. Damage done to Linko, spam down through the wood wall. The AWP of Rafats can't connect, and now they've got to turn their attention back into that B bomb site. It could be a threat, especially as YaLLa starts leaning up from ramp. He's on a bit of a solo mission, but will isolate a shoulder shot against one man. Look back towards long, get a ton of damage on an OPJ, but he's traded by Henu. Next up, 3 versus 2. MS close to the smokes. Henu's on the other side of the Molotovs, will not catch him. The bomb plant will look to get received. Snappy trying incendiary off the plant position. He's a little bit late towards that mark. It will force him into the open, but not into a kill position here.
And no flash for the retake. Henu's got a tight angle and a peek on a contact from the default individual.
The smoke down towards Cave, at least siphon off Alu. Henu first up, dead. Player on site, seen as well. AK looks to engage, but Smiley gets the trade. Snappy's on a lonesome. He gets his kill in, and the AWP is repositioned up towards the AK. Goes Snappy, but 25 points of health. A Tech9 is pulled for the veteran, and he will land the kill necessary. Jano were forced to stretch it, but they will get themselves into 12 points, and we are on for overtime.
It's another round on B that Linko just gets completely overwhelmed. It's a decent setup from the CT point of view. They get the AWP in a rotator roll, they get the red pick, and out here towards short, more damage needs to be done. NoPJ gets 1. It's difficult to expect him to get 2. And Snappy does his best, but expecting Alu to be cave, it's the right idea. It's smoked. You try and get the incendiary on the back line. You don't expect the big wraparound. 12-12, we go to overtime.
Indeed we do. Four rounds is the target. 16 is the magic number, and Jano love to surge ahead of GTZ. They're in a better T-side half by comparison. Rafax Incendiary is out mid-trades from Linko and Co, and the AWP does land, but Smiley quickly trades him, looks back towards CT where MS is lying in wait to get a responsive. Aerial's on 10, Yellow's on 52, and a 3v2 that favours GTZ right here. Bombs close to sight. I think MS might let them go though.
If MS overswings, though, this could be the duel to bring it back to a 2v2.
He's not going to do so. Aerial's going to have to try and force the fight. Sees that crack angle, gets a tag off, but nothing more. That allows more time for GTZ to reposition, particularly this main flank in from NoPJ. Easy pick. Yellow's alone. 1v3. Isolates that first. Got flashes coming in his direction. Know exactly where he is. 2 on the lineup. Damn near got the triple, but not to be against MS, who holds a double and holds GTZ back in the lead.
Impressive AWPing from Rafax, because that's an uncomfortable timing. He's scoped in the angle, he's widened the path, and he hasn't seen anything. And then as soon as he unscopes, he hears the footsteps. You try and put the incendiary down, and because they know the AWP is close, they're going to try and run him. They're going to try and beat him by pace. So rather than falling back to big box, mate, you're gonna die by the time you get there. You need to give yourself as much of an off angle as possible and look to fight straight away. And he gets that one key duel, that one fight that sets up at least MS to do some more damage. They might not have been able to close in regulation, but they've got the first of OT.
M4 straight in for Snappy. He's had enough. GTZ. Frag back. Second kill not quite landed for Linko. He looks frustrated about it. His Aerial was on half HP. Had the jump on him and everything. They won't check this corner. It's perfect for NoPJ. Aerial looks back, but NoPJ can land that frag. Meanwhile, there's a walkout from another T-side player. On towards the site will go Henu. And I think they're ready for him to extend out here. Yeah, the AWP knows. Shot connects. Man's down. B-site lost to Jano.
Yeah, that's a good read. They know that ramp was completely opened up. Snappy, it takes some real guts to go aggressive into A main like that. To not have a teammate, to not be using any util, and the AWP's got an off angle. Already seen YaLLa out here towards ramp, so Rafax closes. Linko may have hit an absolute stinker out there towards Shelf and down against the mid players, but everybody else redeems themselves. Everybody else steps up to the plate when required.
The ultimate difference has been made. Last round of the half. For GTZ to go 3-0 would require Jano to dig properly deep. Got 3 AKs as well on the CT side, so they got firepower for days. Flashing in towards the B lane. Linko going to start to lean down with a teammate. Player at the end of the smoke. That's YaLLa with a kill and a double up. The extension from both players is negated. And now MS is forced to fight alongside a player in red. Nothing's gained for it. YaLLa with a kill. Snappy will take some damage in return. YaLLa's low. Rafax's AWP is solo holding the B bombs. I don't know exactly where both CT players are, but they allow them to duck away and regroup together. Will there be a counterplay? There's a backstab coming in towards red. And Rafax is close to seeing more.
This is the chance. Chance for the AWP, but he gets baited. He somehow gets another shot off. And now it comes down to Snappy. Can he get one? No, he gets absolutely nothing. Jano, well, just about capitalize. You can tip your hat to YaLLa in that round. He gets, what, the first 2 kills from the bottom of the B doors, waiting for the ramp aggression, and finishes the round with 4.
Pixels worth of a bait in the AWP. Had he connected that kill, maybe it might have been a chance, but past that first player, Snappy's 1v3. A difficult ask for even the best of players. GTZ still lead at least, but a 3-0 chance to the match point has been lost. They still had 2 more rounds to make up on T-half, and they didn't do too bad on their T-half at that. Regulation was fantastic for them. Let's see whether overtime will yield the same results.
A lot of presence out towards lane. The HE usage is fantastic there from the CTs. Get the AWP to get the boost up. Look for the long pick early on.
Spam through the wall from both sides at the wood. Damage heavily sustained by NoPJ. Aerial took very little of that exchange, and AWP of Rafax Missing out his shots. The Molotovs will start coming into Aerial's positions. That should force him either in towards Cave or back out towards Short. He'll go towards Short instead. Red's been left open for a moment. Henu almost got caught for it. No kill comes in for Snappy. Now he's going to siphon off potential rotations or just see Henu going for an aggressive fight past the smoke. Advantage now GTZ.
And this is bringing more players away from B. There's only one on B directly.
MS is trying to hunt for him. YaLLa's backed up now. His position's been revealed. They know both players at the CT side. And Aerial can strike back on Snappy through the smoke. YaLLa gets another kill as well from beyond blindness. Plant can be secured. GTZ are down on the post plant though.
YaLLa's going to have to try and wide swing the AWP, and the spam is good from Aerial.
And moves down towards Rafax. He's out in the open. Gets away with a kill, but quick trades back from Aerial are still good with YaLLa's assistance. Linko in a 1 versus 3. He's got that first, but he's dinked down in the process. And a backstab also being heard, aware of where Aerial's position is and always got all the info in his name, but the problem is that HP differential on the defuse. To the 10-second stick, Smiley's picked up in an instant. Linko's now waiting for Aerial to make his play. A triple in the round already, a quadra to hold. Is he going for the hold defuse? Yes, he is! And Linko goes for the exact same wall bang. One more back for GTZ as they hit match points.
While I've definitely been critical from Linko across this best of 3, that is a round that you can't at all. You can't dispute. That is a spam and connection and calm, not to overpeak, not to panic in that kind of a scenario. That may just be the ticket to closing down this game. Jano, you can back Aerial of how much damage he was able to do to catch the red lurk, to try and get them back into the bomb site, but it just wasn't enough.
GTZ. 2 match points to their favour. They're leaning in quick. Linko not required in that fight. MS going to catch YaLLa in the back of the totem. Plant secured. AWP of Alu trades one of the lurk towards elbow. It's all down to the B defenders now.
Oh, watch out for the bucket play. It's being cleared, though. Henu gets him.
No PJ to fall. MS, Linko, and Rafax, the last 3 players that remain. Flashes coming in against the CT line, going to keep them blinded. The back lines and Cave going to get cleared out by Linko, who finds the AWP, trying to jump out of the way. 3v3, regain. The AWP is getting recovered as well. They've got 2 AWPs on the defensive. Smoke's involved at the CT side. Rafax going to creep around the edge of it. Is Aerial watching? Yes, he is. But Smiley gets ahead of the game first, and the AK switch back to defuse being held. MS has caught reposition. He can't get a man. He'll try his best, but he will be unsuccessful. GTZ lost in the source. Jano, stay alive.
I'm not really sure what Linko's doing, picking up the AWP there. You know that it's going to be a fairly quick contact from either in from Cheetah or down from Ramp with how much time is left on the clock. That probably cost them because he's out of position there.
Yeah.
When he's cycling weapons like that, he needs to be involved in the crossfire, and there is no crossfire.
As soon as he gets an impactful round, it feels like he's almost done himself dirty there. Tried to trot back to the AK. You can see how that affected MS, caught in transition towards Short. Everything coming undone towards that one man's position and that one man's mistake. 1 of 2 chances to end this map have been lost. GTZ. 1 more in this first overtime. Jano to win this round will take us to a second. Molly's to Smiley. First portions of the round. The HEs to drive him out of the way and do very little damage, but got positions.
Smiley's done well to block, though. He's put that incendiary down off of A main, and it's cancelled the T's offense. He hasn't even used the smoke, or he's got a double flash. Miss red smoke. That is not ideal for the T side.
See that gap to the left. Spray is attempted there by Snappy. And now Henu can creep forward of it, and that gap provides opportunity for Jano to take the man advantage.
Yeah, 1 piece of missed util has cost them. And now the double B individuals are ready for a fight. YaLLa out towards long. Another teammate of Aerial just jiggling on the cave entrance. The spam at least gives an indication that there's lane presence.
Molly's forcing them back behind the smokes. YaLLa involved towards the long defensive, but they're grouping up to consider a different angle of attack in from K for everybody. No, it's just noise being made by Linko. A is the real target.
He needs to try and get a kill. He needs to hold these B players at bay.
Manically spraying a player on the A-bomb site to hold the defensive. Smiley checked upon. He doesn't win that fight. MS will ensure that no one makes their way out of Temple, and the plant will be secured on a 4-on-4.
Hardly any util for the post plant. Alu's coming in quickly, and the scope would have been heard there from the big box player.
Going to wait and bait, though. Hidden away from the CT entrance. The only angle of attack that could be exploited by Jano is main, and no one's leaning in there. AWP checked, kill found by No PJ. Another kill to add to his tally of 24. Top of the board for his team. And another one to go for him. Henu takes a trade. It's now down to these Donar players. Bombs in full sight of them. The AWP fires away, but he knows that they're not on the bomb right now. A second tap of the defuse may be required, and indeed it is. Ariel tries to fight with 2 kills to his name, but Ralphax is still in play. He's going to force him off. Another defuse tapped once again. I don't think he's got time, though. It doesn't matter. The Deagle takes his face and fight, and it's a 16-14 as GTZ 2-0 their way through this series and go 1-1 in the Swiss.
Well, they had to work for that. Considering the lead they had at the turn of the half and the start they had in the second half, you thought that it was going to be fairly clean and comfortable. Instead, it gets pressed right to the end. Could have closed in regulation, didn't happen, but closed in the first overtime. It's a start, okay? It ends the losing streak, it gets a victory, but it's still a lot if we're trying to compare the huge landscape of where GTZ are in the ranking to where the performances lie.
Yeah, once again, if you wanted to use the Valve rankings as a comparison point between these two teams, GTZ are 43, YaLLa are 120. Now, the rankings might be inflated for the Portuguese side, most certainly, but I think that does highlight exactly how far down low the rankings are for the likes of Jano, how far down the scene that they are as a team, and I think we saw that throughout the course of the day. The Nuke, obviously, the key disappointment, and yes, it was a recovery over on Ancient, but they just didn't have enough Dweg, and they didn't have enough from the start. They brought a little bit more out for second map, but that still wasn't good enough to beat out GTZ on this particular day. So it will be the Portuguese side making their way in towards that 1-1 bracket, of course, for the Swiss stage. And now we will get to hear from one of the players. I believe Linko is going to join us right now on the other end of the line to discuss how things went to you. Congratulations, my friend. Obviously, very good opening map from you guys on Nuke. Tell me a little bit about that one, because you came into this series with a massive losing streak on Nuke, and it wasn't quite as... It wasn't quite the way that we thought it would go down. You guys absolutely dominated Jano. So talk to me about how well that map went for you.
Yeah, hello, first of all. I think like the Nuke, we have been prepping a lot Nuke. We have been working a lot on it, because I think for the past like 2 weeks, we have putting many hours on Nuke, many hours on practice and reviewing, and I think the packs are going well. But then we came into the officials and we made some mistakes, because like we are a new team also, and for example us on A, we are a new partner. I have MES, he never like played a lot of Nuke, so he needed a bit of time. Like we knew Jano was a team that would probably exploit more things towards A side and towards ramp. They play more together, so we knew we had a good idea of what they will do, so I think that helped. And I think like we were on point with the communication. We were very good, like saying it could be there, watch out with this, watch out with that. And yeah, I think the hard work pays off, as we say. And on Nuke, yeah, it went pretty well because of that.
I wanted to ask about the pistol rounds, because I think what you could definitely look at on Nuke and Ancient was it was tough for you guys to be able to get starts in the halves. Is that something that you've been noticing in Prax, that pistol rounds have been difficult, or just something that's happened today?
No, I think in practice and officials and all of our matches we are losing pistols. I think most of the time we play the situations bad, and we don't play as a team in that kind of pistol rounds, and that's why we are losing. Not just this match, but also matches before we were losing a lot of pistols, and Prax the same, because we do small mistakes that cost us the round. Basically, I think we just won the pistol nation, the city side one, because we didn't injure the fuse. Other than that, I think it was pretty bad. We tried a lot of things, like for example, copying pistol from other teams, that we do that a lot, but also that match of pistols, working that, but it's not paying, so we need to check that after the game.
GTZ right now on the VRS rankings are number 43, at least as of the update at the start of February. And there have been conversations around the pundits saying that maybe you guys have been a little bit inflated by that because of the lands that you've been competing in. How would you respond to that? Where do you think about your team's place in VRS?
Yeah, we were higher a couple of weeks ago. Now I think we had a very bad phase in the last couple of weeks, because we started January playing a lot of tournaments and we didn't have a lot of time to practice. So I think it was kind of easy to our opponents to read us. For example, Nuke, it was everyone will pick against us, Nuke. And that's why we lost a bit of the rank. We were higher, of course, because the X score of Reno they were second on the lane, and that boosts the rank a bit. But I think the rank is good for us. I think it's adjusted to our quality. We can show even better things. We need time. We need to practice more. Now we are having that time. So we are improving our game, and we will prove that we deserve that rank and even higher.
I wanted to ask about your ACA Advanced record, because 1-6 from the naked eye looks quite poor. Do you think that comes down to a weakened map pool, playing into best of ones, not always going into stronger maps like best of threes? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think that's the main problem, because we never played with this team a lot of best of ones, not even qualifier or that stuff. And that is paying us the price. I think we had so many close games that could went our way, but that mistakes that we did, that cost us a lot. And sometimes the Veto, the other teams prepared better for the match, and that's the truth. We're not at our level at the EZA. We want to finish better now, so we are working a lot, and I think we have a game today. So we will try to bounce back there, because I think we have the quality to do that, but we need to be more ready for the best of ones.
Well, here in the best of three world of Compass, you guys have now bounced back from your own loss against Unity last week, and here against Jano this week. You're now 1-1 in the main Swiss stage. Tell me about GTZ's final expectations for here in Compass. Where do you guys look to place to make this a successful tournament?
We want to advance to playoffs. I think we have the quality to do that, and it's a good tournament because it gives us time to prepare for the matches. Like we played Unity last Monday, not this week, but the week before. So we had a lot of time to prep, and I think that is really important for us. As I said, I think we need to work on our mistakes, and today we also did mistakes. I think we were like controlled Ancient, and then at CD side we did crucial mistakes. We were not confident to close out the map, but then on overtime I think we played well, but that's the thing we need to fix. And I think going to playoffs, I think it's our main objective right now. Then if we reach playoffs, we will see.
Well, it's a hell of a lofty goal to reach, but right now you guys are well on your way. 1-1 in Swiss and 2-0 over Jano for GTZ. Linko, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations on the victory, and good luck in round 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, lofty goals for everyone, it seems, today, Tweg, but the real MVP of this matchup is Rafax, top of the board for the GTZ side. And I guess certainly between the two maps, there's one decent average to make happen. I personally would have picked No PJ for how much he delivered in the final map of the series.
It's a difficult one to set up, and I think Linko in the interview said it as best as you can. This is still quite a new side with newer pieces that haven't played at this level before. I definitely feel after this best of 3 that my hopes and expectations are actually lower than what I came in with both Linko and MS. I think both of those guys are struggling massively. Yeah, Linko may have had a big 1v3 in OT, but he looks uncomfortable, mate. He doesn't feel comfortable at this level, and maybe that's understandable. You're going up against better teams in Tier 2. You're playing on HLTV a lot more frequently than what you've done in the past with a fairly fresh roster. I just think when you start playing up against those stronger squads, when you start talking about the middle of the pack to higher end Tier 2 squads, this quality that he's saying that the Portuguese have, I think it's going to get dismantled. I think it's going to be shown in true colours that they don't have it and what it takes to hack it towards the top of Tier 2.
Well, look, he did say that he believes that they can go at least further than their current position and prove that number 43 is not an inflated rank for that GTZ side. He also said that he thinks that they need time. So maybe time might get them a bit more comfortable. Maybe that might allow them a chance. Look, Linko and MS have only been here since January 9th, so we've been a little over a month and 10 days, in fact, is how far we stood on that front. So look, maybe time will tell, or maybe time will give them the groundwork that they require to make this work. But of course, we have to find that out as and when they perform in their next competition. And obviously, we'll be seeing them in Compass in next week's performances because they are 1-1 in round number 3. As for today, that's all we have for you. But tomorrow, we're going to close out our matches with another 1-0 and 0-1 game. Eyeballers take on Zero Tenacity. Copenhagen Wolves take on Bad News Eagles. Eagles, rather. Tweg, give me your preview for tomorrow's matches.
Z10, a squad that had a pretty successful last year, looking to try and step up come 2025, get themselves in a bit more of a threatening position at the top end of Tier 2. I think Eyeballers, they got some young prospects. They've made quite a few transfers over the last few months. B&E, it's always exciting to watch them. I remember watching their game last week, and look, they play with a bit of flair. I know that they don't have a huge amount of tournaments to play it at the moment, so in the rare chances that you get to see them, it's great that they've got a chance to play best of threes against decent caliber opposition.
Well, that one being a matchup for the 2-0 ranking. Will they get there? Only time's going to tell. Again, same time, same place tomorrow here for Compass Winter as round 2 comes to a close in the main Swiss stage. But for the day, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back here for even more Counter-Strike action tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024